Hello for anyone who watches this, I'm making a video, so we'll start that. Oops, splishy splash. Okay, that's that done. Break up this ice a bit. Und now we stir. So high speeding it. Bring off. And we should put it in the glass. Good work, that man. Alright, strain. And I forgot eine cherry. Get the cherry. By the way, Jesus Christ, what's sticky there? It's probably my fault. Jesus, what a mess. What a palaver. Did I stop that? I did stop that. Okay. Back around the other side. Hey, Megaleech. Doing my standard. Shooting a video before I go live. If I do this. That. And remove that. And so I'll be standing here. All right, so that's way too low, about there. All right. How's that angle? It's too high. How is that now? A little bit too low. There we go, that's about right, that's about right. Okay, prop and cocktail. G'day cocktail lovers. I've had a couple of commenters now say, hey, Jack Black's doing cocktail videos. And you know what? I take it as a compliment. And so a tribute to the man, I got this little sample bottle of Gentleman Jack bourbon, and I'm going to do a bit of wordplay, and I'm going to do a Gentleman Jack Black Manhattan. I didn't turn anything on. Am I on drugs, or am I on not enough drugs? Sorry, I've got to go get something. Well, that was weird. That was a weird effort on my part. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I've had a couple of commenters now say, hey, Jack Black's doing cocktail videos now. And you know what? I take it as a compliment. And I want to do a tribute to the great man. I've got this little bottle of Gentleman Jack, a special Jack Daniels bourbon, and I'm going to extend the wordplay, and I'm going to make a riff on a Black Manhattan that I call a Gentleman Jack Black Manhattan. To make the drink, we start... First in our mixing glass goes 1 ounce or 30 mils of the Gentleman Jack bourbon, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of rye whiskey, and follow that with 1 ounce of an Amaro. And finally, we're just going to do 1 dash of Angostura bitters and 1 dash of orange bitters. You stir that on ice for a good 20-25 seconds to chill and dilute it, and then strain it into a chilled coupe. And I like to do a little decoration. I like to use a maraschino cherry as a garnish as well. And here we have the Gentleman Jack Black Manhattan. Classy, just like Jack Black. Cheers. That is actually pretty good. All right. Let's switch some things off. And sit down and relax. Take the load off. Oof. Riding away from home, 30 miles or more. Do. Oh, lawsy. Settling down. Oops, let's bring... Oh, wait, what the hell? Wrestling with a camera. How's that? That's about right. Oh, wait, we've got to bring Mimsy in. There we go. Now we're set. Now we're cooking with gas. And in Factamundo... Where did I put my peeler? Oh, wait, I got a new orange. And I also got a new clarified cocktail, which I am yet to properly taste, which I will be doing. Okay. Just going to put a bit more in there. Mostly water, but that's okay. Right. Just realising what I'm doing very weird things over here that you can't see. But let's go. I'm just going to wash this orange. Just to be a little cautious. Who knows what filthy animal touched it in the supermarket. And where's my peeler? Where's my peeler? Now I see it. There's my peeler. Oh, lordy. Oh, looks a lordy. Let's get a bit of orange peel happening here, which is a thing I like in my cocktails. Spritz. Oh, beautiful big spritz. I've got a nice sheen of citrus oil floating on my cocktail now. Drop that in. All right, all right, all right. Cheers, yo. That's actually a nice drink. Oh, yum. It's really good. Okay. It's that huge... Look at me. You can see me in there. Huge clarified cocktail I made today. Save those curds, actually. I'm going to go get a spoon. Get a spoon. I'm a special kind of white guy. No, I want the fridge, not the freezer. It's this one. Good. Does it have? I've been saving all these curds because I keep thinking I'm going to use them. Then I keep not using them. So maybe I should come to terms with the fact I'm not going to use them. Maybe turf them. I don't know. I will think about it. Because I do have a rather ridiculous amount of them now. Should throw out the oldest ones. Keep the newest ones. All right. All right, all right, all right. Scrapey, scrapey. Scrape that in there. Get that in there, boy. Get that in there. Yep. Weird guppy stuff. Having a flashback to when I had littlies and I'm cleaning nappies. Sticky brown guppy stuff. All right. Chuck this. Actually, this can go in the composting bin because it's compostable matter. Wash my hands a little. All right. Now try and you go down there so I can put a lid on. It's like the third one of these that's full. Yum. Yum. The curd actually tastes really nice. Okay. Settling Dune. Settling Dune. Where is there's the stopper. No, wait, that is... Why is it crooked? Is that going to come apart? These stoppers don't last forever. Seriously, where I had the stopper for that bottle. Where did I put it? Oh, good looks, lordy. What have I done now? I cannot find it. This is definitely not it. Oh my God. Paraphrase. My God, what have I done? This is really weird. It should be right. Oh, it's there. I just fucking saw it. Jesus. What a clune. It was literally down here. Hey, Rays, what's up, man? Just putting a stopper in a bottle. There we go. Handy dandy urine sample for when I go to the doctor next. Preparing ahead of time. Oof. Oh. Now I gotta relax and decide what I'm gonna do tonight video-wise. I've made all these special bits of clear ice. Maybe I'm trying to think how to do it. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah, I shot a bunch of video of making the ice. I was gonna put it in a glass. Have a drink here. What would you like?
Ice cream.
Yes. But either birthday cake, golden gay time, or just ice cream? Got a golden gay time? Here you go. It is, as they say, hard to have a gay time on your own. Flatten this box so I can easily put it in recycling. And it's just making my life difficult, because why not? Why not make my life difficult, obnoxious bloody box? There we go. I just want it to be flat so I can actually manage it. There we go. Jesus Christ. There we go. This is me sober. Imagine if I tried to do that drunk. Jesus. What a disaster that would be. Oh, that's a really nice drink. I'm a special kind of white guy. Oh, wait, I'm not still shooting a video, although I might be again soon, but I will turn that banner off. For now, for 'tis a lie. The banner is a lie. And just get easy into it. Lawsy. Well, air conditioning's been holding up really well in our little heat wave, mini heat waves. I don't know. Yeah, 3 hot days, but real heat waves are like a whole fucking week where it's over 35 every day. That's a goddamn heat wave. It's been relatively mild. Still been hot, and if the air conditioning hadn't been working, that would have sucked. Thinking I was going to show you the special clear ice I made with a skull mold. I'm not sure how well the detail will show up in the stream. I'm not sure what resolution that's going in. Yeah, okay. I am getting a plan in my head. What's in your head? Hmm. Hmm. Noise. I'm just why I'm acting vague is I'm thinking of things and I'm trying to plan things. And you know what I should be doing actually is tempering this ice. I should get it out now. Fucking cicada's going to town again. Oh well, I wasn't going to use audio for this bit of video anyway, so that's okay. Ugh. Where did I put this? This is it. So, my normal clear ice, and sitting atop it, a skull. Maybe if I put it, oh yeah, there you go. Look how clear that skull is. And look, check. I mean, okay, I got to do this for Halloween this year, but come on, get that way. The skull sitting out over the top of the glass. That's pretty cool. All right. Gonna move some stuff. It's gonna sit that there. Let it temper for a little while because it's frozen and clear. And if I pour something room temperature over it before it has a bit of time to adjust to not being in the freezer, it will crack, which would ruin the whole clear thing. We don't want that. So I will leave it for a couple of minutes while I finish my Jack Black Manhattan. And yeah, that's the whole thing. Now I'm going to. Oh God, I'm gonna faff about a lot. Okay, I need to put some bottles. I need to manage my space. Manage my space. Oh, Garve goes back on top of the fridge. This just goes over at the sink. 2 bottles of whiskey. I go back on the rack. What's this? God, I've got Tiny Bear single malt. I need to pay more attention to my goddamn whiskies, honestly. Hey Greg, how's it going? It's a quiet start to the evening. And I'm gonna try and do a thing. Okay, I'm knocking shit over. This also lives on the fridge, not there. A little blue torch. Up there for next time I need you. Shan't be using you tonight. That there. Put that in the fridge. Way home. After eating a hoagie at the Catfish. Nice. Put that there. Just doing a bunch of silly messing about. right. Sorry, I'm just off camera, obviously. Rude, I know. Doing some ice shaving over here. Trying to make this ice sit a bit straighter. That's actually done it. I don't know why everyone says I'm useless. Okay. Job done. Okay, so time to plan. I gotta bring my... Okay. A different angle for the camera. Low. Want to go low. Collapse these leggies a bit. How low can you go? Now, I can just see myself breaking that glass, so I'm going to move it. Put that drink over there. Going to move the laptop just sideways a bit. All right. Now, you face that way. I should put my little banner on again. Anyone who stumbles in. Oh, look, I'll turn the camera around again. Not that it's particularly interesting, but just so you can see what I'm doing. Move my light, move my light. All right. I think you can see me. I do this. Maybe you can see me while I do this. Right. Now we are doing this high speed again. Skull's already melting. All right. Let's just do this quickly. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Come on. And this stopper is breaking just like I thought it was going to. Oh dear. It's a ridiculous amount of trouble. Alright, switch these things up. Shut down, turn off. It's an old little internet went out. I think I might have knocked the cable out. Ugh. Okay. You go over here. You get over here. Alright, I'm getting some shit together now. All right. I'm going to move my garnishes into this drink. A lot of goddamn trouble is all I'm saying. Ugh. Where are we? Okay. Now I want to bring Mimsy back and do that up a little bit. And I can sit back here. Turn the ticker off. Oh, there you go. And I might as well do all my faffing about now while it's quiet. There's skull sitting out over my glass. God damn, that drink's good. Yeah. The big bit of sticky up ice that hits me in the nose, not great. Oh man, I'm right on the money with that clarified cocktail though. Yum-oh. The different recipe, and it friggin' works. It's really good. Oh, looks a lordy. Right, chill out till, I don't know, at least half an hour. Right, at least until these firkin' cicadas go away. Video ideas. Gentleman Jack Manhattan. So I might do the Negronic later. I need a straw. It was really stupid having that big bit of ice sitting in my nose every time I have a drink. It's redonkulous. Tectonic. What do we have here? Hello, the internet. China, while supporting Russia, says there should be a ceasefire in Ukraine. Okay, super Australian headlines. Crocodile shot dead after attacking man and eating his dog. Oh, lordy. It's a funny old world. I'm just going to sit here and drink my drink while I wait for people to arrive. Because StreamYard's telling me nobody's watching, which, I was compelled to. I'll just sit here and drink my super yummy cocktail all night, quite honestly. Yeah, I don't even think that was from the NT Times, Greg. Well, I mean, I know it wasn't. I don't think it was the NT. It's on the ABC. Far North Queensland, as good as the territory. A 4.2 meter crocodile. So what's that? It's a 13-footer. That's a big freaking crocodile. Good Lord. Oh, God. Department of Environment and Science Incident Controller Michael Joyce said officers found remains of the dog during a necropsy on the crocodile, which was shot on Thursday. Molly was inside that crocodile, he said. Oh, good Lord. Jesus. If you go into croc country, try go swimming. Crocodiles associate humans with a food source. That's going to change that crocodile's behavior. They prefer not to shoot them, but because it had attacked and killed, they did. So there's a little bit of video, which I'm not going to show, but I am going to watch. So I wonder who's shooting it. So yeah, okay, there he goes. His doggy's with him. Tumty tumty tum. Into the water we go. Fuck me, yeah, it took him first. And then the dog. And he's sort of hitting at it. I think it must have been his video. Okay, he wasn't hurt bad. It just whacked his leg. Damn. Hey, Dr. Abigail, how's it going? Talking about crocodiles attacking. And you missed, I made silly ice. A big thing of clear ice. And then that was the skull mold I had that I also made clear. And I stuck it because I thought it would be a fun visual for a video with the skull looking out over the glass. Really difficult to drink from it, though, because the skull sticking up hits me in the face, in the nose specifically. I think I need a straw. That's redonkulous. All right, I have a metal straw here somewhere, which is completely the wrong size for that glass, but needs must when the devil drives. Christ, I just moved some shit, didn't I? I had it here. Okay, now I don't know where it is. God damn it. Why do I do these things? Right, well, so much for that fucking idea. Wait, there might be a straw over here. Let me check. Not that one. Here we go. Silicon straw. That's far too low. Penis ice with a face. You still kind of see the skull shape. I get the right thing. I also did some tiki ones. It's a lot of palaver for not much result, honestly, but I just did it for fun. I thought it'd be cool for a video. And hopefully other people will think it's cool. Need to shoot a bit more video showing off the other bits o' ice tomorrow. And then record a voiceover. But yes, it's an experiment and a successful. Look, this straw is just ridiculously too long for this glass. Oh, that is a really nice drink. I made it really sweet. I probably didn't have to make it that sweet, actually. I'm probably going to make another one tomorrow, so I might learn from that and make it just a little bit less sweet. We will see how that goes. Oh, lawsy. Yeah. Oh, I'm just zoning, chilling, all these things. And just easing into a Friday night. Quiet start. See who shuffles in. Whole thing. Ooh, man stabbed to death in Sydney. Great. Sydney hits peak queerness as Mardi Gras Parade returns to Oxford Street. Yes, I guess it hasn't been for a couple of years because of COVID. And now we all pretend that COVID's not happening. So it's great. It's great, mate. All right. Disturbing reason young men are single. Is it because they're pricks? Oh, okay. It's a porn scare campaign. They're single because they're watching lots of porn. Someone's trying to do another porn moral panic. Ah, dear. I feel very stupid drinking through this straw. But, I will roll with it. And it's such a quiet start. I might even put a video on. And when I finish this, maybe. What was I doing? I was going to open YouTube. That's what I was going to do. Opening YouTube. So is this something that I find ironically humorous? A video on YouTube titled "How to Be Successful on Social Media," and it has 5 views. That's some cruel irony right there. Yes. Hey, Liam. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? I'm just drinking my drink with my absurdly overlarge straw because I put absurdly overlarge ice in it, which hits me in the nose if I don't use a straw. So I think I look very silly, but it is what it is. I might make the Negronic next. You've been doing okay? I'm glad you're doing okay. We all got to struggle to one degree or another in this world, which on the regular makes us think it's against us, quite honestly. I don't think that's too extreme a take, honestly. That the world's just fucking with us, basically. Just freaking with us. What was I doing? My videos. Loading a page. That's right. I actually want to view my channel, really. Videos by popularity. It's my ridiculous videos where I'm, to a degree, faking people out and getting millions of views. Oh, nice. I didn't realize the Dalek 2 Girls 1 Cup reaction was over 1 million. It is 1.3 million views. Nice. I was just thinking. Oh, of course, of all the watching videos with AIDSy where we're doing a commentary track, of course, the one with the most viewed is a Japanese movie called Big Tit Zombie that I assume a lot of people clicked on because they thought they were going to see big tits. I mean, arguably, but mine were under a shirt. So I'm a tease. What can I say? I'm a tease. Am I coping without AIDSy? Yep, it's fine. I mean, AIDSy dying was, something that I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I had constantly been expecting for 10 years. I mean, honestly, when it finally happened, it was a little bit anticlimactic. But yeah, I mean, talk about an event that I was ready for. Obviously, like a lot of people, going to miss him, but he did astonishingly, living 20 years longer than people seriously expected to, honestly. And certainly the last 10 years, he was like dancing on razor blades the whole time. It was such high risk the whole time. So, yeah, it's just the day I'd been bracing for such a long time finally happened. So, yeah, it's the thought that occurs on the regular is, oh, don't get to do well. They obviously don't get to see him. Don't get to talk with him. Don't get to have him on the stream. Don't get to make videos. Don't get to plan things because we planned lots and lots of things. So, I just did as much as I could to support him in the difficult times, of which there were many, which is basically all the time for the last, as I said, certainly the last 10 to 12 years. Very tough times dealing with far more health issues than anyone should have to deal with, quite honestly. It's ridiculous what he had to put up with. So, he had a good innings, probably a much better innings than he ever expected. Certainly better than a lot of people expected. So, try to take the positives, because Lord knows there's lots of negatives in this world. And I feel confident that AIDSy would say should definitely focus on the positives. Is that awful platitude people regularly say about someone who's died? It's what they would have wanted. I certainly don't speak for him, but I mean, just he spoke for himself. I've got so many videos where he puts this view, this positivity forward. His own words state it quite clearly that he would have wanted people to look at the positive. Don't dwell on, oh, it's a terrible tragedy, he's died. Celebrate how long and how robustly he lived against all odds. So, that's my take on things. And so I feel reasonably confident it would be his take. I'm trying to think of what to do with this. I was going to make can I use it in another video? I don't know. Liam, well, you should go and watch Code Grey because he proudly announces at the start, "I'm Adrian Collier of the Clan Collier, born on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin, and I am immortal." So that was your full name, Adrian. And to answer your question, why AIDSy? Because we are children of the 80s, the AIDS epidemic. And I knew a couple of Adrians. Sad to say, it's just how it was. If your name was Adrian, people were going to call you AIDS. And so AIDSy basically took ownership of that, took hold of it, I guess, and aggressively touted his own nickname, AIDSy. So that's what that was about. Because I figured that might be the next thing you asked. When I told you his real name was Adrian, you may have asked why AIDSy. Or you might have known that because I've certainly said it on other streams. I'm not sure whether you were there for any of them, but yes. So that's what happens when you're a child of the 80s living through the AIDS pandemic. The terrible, terrible times. But yes, yours. It's just like people, man. That's the thing people are going to do. Gallows humor, I guess. But how do they suggest you garnish? Just an orange peel. They say lemon. I've got orange. I'll put some orange peel in. All right, I think I have a plan. Yes, that is actually true, Greg. It is very common in Australia to shorten someone's name or even just add E on the end. The surname, friend's name Field is Fieldsy, Sharky, Moji. Although, what's the difference? Like, if someone's name's Mackenzie, it'd be Macca. We're getting closer all the time. I might make this Negronic. Build it in the glass. All right. This is a build in the glass. I'm just going to do it. I need to get the ingredients. Sweet vermouth. Dry gin. Which gin will we use? Dry. Just sitting there waiting for me. Boom, dry gin. Dry gin. Go to El Frigidage to get sweet vermouth. Working my way through that. And tonic water. Do. I am gonna have this song stuck in my head, and probably no one else knows it because it's a reasonably obscure song. That's okay. Okay. I don't want to have this silly. Once I just threw liquid everywhere. Don't want to have this silly straw in the glass. Okay. So it goes there. All right. I'm going to reuse this. All right. I'm just going to get ready, because here I come. Oh, yes, honey, hello, baby shark. Liam, okay, how are my cats? I feel like I'm now the harbinger of bad news for you. Mimsy breathed her last a couple of weeks after AIDSy, actually. It's Mimsy memorial art there. Race, you've decided to shave your hair. Well, it's a good look, mate. Go for it. Not sure what Mrs. Angry would do if I shaved my hair. She's usually supportive, even when I do. Well, she's supportive of this ridiculous long hair and beard. Yeah, I'm going to put this over here. And I'll put my banner on so people know I'm shooting a video, which won't take long. All right, let me entertain you. Extendo Lexo. That's what she said. Turn this light on as well. On a different time. We're getting closer. What are we doing here? Whoops. Let's zoom out a bit, just a bit. We're going to go for a high speed mode so I can do sexy slow-mo splashing drink over this glass. There is my jigger gun. I will rinse. Oh, let me drink what's. What's in it was nice. Alright, so first up, legend. Get the other ones ready. And I'll open the tonic water. Alright, high speed, and we're off to the races. Pour it over the skull. Red vermouth should look particularly good over the skull, actually. And finally, some tonic. Wait, where's the... Okay, I thought I've gone completely loopy. I can't find the glass that has garnishes in it. Another pail. And all right, that's that. I suppose I could bring my camera back around here. What's been happening in the comments? Yeah, as Heidi said, Mimsy had as good an innings as Aidsy, really. In human years, she was the equivalent of in her 80s and having arthritis, dementia, liver disease, and kidney disease. So, you know, we eased her out, as it were. That final visit to the vet for the green dream. All right. That's about right. And get my audio recorder. All right. Honestly, you know what I'm going to do? Just to make it a bit more red, I'm going to put some cranberry bitters in. A little bit of cheating on my part. Okay. Set this down. And I will do my talking bit. Oh, wow, that's pointing out way too high. Okay, let me go. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. The Negroni is one of the most popular cocktails in the world. I just can't do it. Campari, too bitter for me. But I found this alternative to a Negroni called a Negronic that leaves out the Campari. I like the sound of it. Maybe you do too. It goes like this. Very simple. Make it in the glass with a big chunk of ice. Put in 1 ounce of dry gin, 1 ounce of sweet vermouth, and then top that with 1 ounce of some tonic water. Garnish it with a twist of citrus and give it a little bit of a stir. I'm using my cherry on a skewer to give it a stir. And here's my Negronic. You should check out my clear ice video to work out what the hell this is about. Like a gin and tonic with a bit more depth, not as bitter as a Negroni. Give it a try. You might like it as much as I do. The Negronic. All right. Now, I don't think I will make any more videos tonight. I think I'll shut everything off. Oh God! Help! I'm shrinking. No. Let's do this. Oh, and Liam, look. Oh, wait a sec. I'm going to do this. Where are we? As I'm assuming you've not seen it properly, this is the Negroni. What? The Mimsy memorial art. Get rid of the banner as well. Mimsy memorial art from Megaleech's daughter Lee, which I quite like. No, I wasn't singing Boys. It's bloody sing Brendan McLean's song Tectonic, because this song's called a Negronic. And it's not, I guess it's slightly obscure from, I don't know, 5 or so years ago. Called Tectonic, and it's just stuck in my head because I'm saying this drink Negroni. I need my straw again. because the stupid ice is going to hit me in the nose. Yep. No, I like that. Because it's got stuff happening. It's got stuff happening, which I like. I'm half tempted to do my old-fashioned taste comparison tonight, but that might be a bit much. I might be a bit fucking legless to do that. So, what's the saying? Discretion is the better part of valor? Do. I get whether that does sound like Boys by Blur. Just when I was doing the do out loud, I mean, yeah, that does sound like Boys by Blur. It's not what was in my head as I did it, but all right, I can. Let's see. I'll move the Negronic to the doing pile. Right, I don't think I'm going to do any more of that. Any more of that. Any more of that. All right. Very, very, very good. I just remembering my second most viewed video from 12 years ago is titled Graphic It's titled Graphic Sex Education with Toys. And it was a Wanker Fat Wednesday because I was saying it's probably some, I can't even remember specifically, but probably some idiots in America complaining about sex education. I'm going, oh, you're lucky I'm not doing sex education because it would go like this. I'm using like a Barbie doll and whatnot. And in all seriousness, the entire video is built around the line I came up with. Your parents have probably talked to you about fisting. That's just how my head works. Sometimes a single idea pops into my head and I'm just like, I have to do something with this. I've got to build something around that line or that image or that concept. And probably the second most important line to me in the video is when I suggest the class has started crying as I'm giving this graphic sex education, and I berate them for crying and going, you are the worst 5-year-olds I've ever had to talk to. In the modern world, I realize that basically fits into this insane fantasy narrative conservatives, particularly in America, have about groomers everywhere, like literally just giving kids age-appropriate sex and health information is being portrayed as some terrible, heinous thing. So I realized this was not happening so much at the time I made the video 12 years ago. But now these absolutely unhinged individuals are going on a whole witch hint about it. Yeah, I think it was about safe schools. It might have been about safe schools. Was that 12 years ago? So it might have actually, I might have been actually angry about Australia. Should we watch the video? Because I don't even remember it. It's 12 years ago. Even though it's one of my most viewed ones, and I kind of remember. I think we should watch the video so I can refresh my memory of it. with the good old Wangafat Wednesday theme. All right, let's do this. I'm going to watch the video. Got to present my screen. This is audio. This one. How's that? Okay. Doesn't need me. And I'll full screen it. G'day viewers, and welcome again to Wangafat Wednesday, where I tell you, who am I not giving a fuck about today? And today, I'm not giving a fuck about the parents in Iowa in the US who got upset when a teacher at local school gave a rather graphic sex education lesson to some teenagers at the school. Why would I give a fuck about teenagers getting some straightforward, even graphic sex education? It's usually the average teenager is going to respond to a teacher giving them sex education. We're going, nah, miss, no one does it like that. Where have you been? This is how we do it. It's not really going to be an eye-opener. And for any kid that it is an eye-opener, they need it. Now, in this class, some of the things that caused concern is when the teacher was showing how to put a condom on, used an actual dildo as opposed to, like a glass tube or a banana. I love the news reports keep trying to talk around it, talk about it being an anatomically correct penis. It was a dildo, okay? It helps if you're just being a bit realistic. It's a farce doing those things with the tubes or bananas. But anyway, so people were upset the teacher used a dildo for the condom demonstration. And apparently one adult was saying that there was a graphic demonstration of sex positions with some soft toys. Come on. How graphic could it have been? Unless the teacher brought in a couple of furries in the class to do some positions. That could get a bit wrong. In all seriousness, one thing that shits me about sex education in school, if you're in school, I hope you realize this, any teacher that tried to give you real, direct, useful sex education would probably get fucking arrested. That's how screwed up people are these days. They immediately assume, a reference to sex with anyone under 18, pedophile. And I'm not saying there aren't pedophile teachers out there, but a teacher who genuinely wants to help kids and knowing the truth about sex in all its gross squishiness, that is something you need to know. Hell, even your parents would probably get you in trouble if they actually show. And yes, people go, it's pornographic. No, it's a picture of a vagina with a penis going into it. That's what sex is, okay? And if kids get a shock, on their wedding night because they've saved themselves, how fucking traumatized are they going to be then? What, you want to stick, what? Ooh, look at that. Ooh. It's so hard to do proper sex education. Besides, I'm sure these parents were just too uptight. How bad could this teacher be? If you want to traumatize kids, you'd have Mr. Angry give them sex education, which I picture going something like this. And that's how a baby comes out. I'd like the class to thank Mrs. Henderson for that demonstration. And I would just point out that if Mrs. Henderson did some pelvic floor exercises, the baby wouldn't have dropped out quite so fast. And maybe Mr. Henderson wouldn't have to strap a plank of wood on his back before going in there. Just a thought, just advice. So, sex positions. Now, when we talked yesterday, I showed you a few positions with the help of our models here. Now, some parents complained about that. When I thought about it, I realized they were right. That was far too much about penis in vagina. You guys, you can't just be thinking with your dicks all the time. You've got to learn to pleasure your partner without your penis because you'll get lots more action, quite honestly. Now, it could be just cuddling, or, it could be a little bit of the oral sex action going on. You've got to learn how to do that, guys. Get in there. Or just some, mutual masturbation. Now, your parents have probably talked to you about fisting. It's not just a figure of speech. With the right lubrication, a man, or in fact another woman, can in fact get their whole fist inside the vagina. You just work it in gently, just roll it in gently. It's, it's not a competition. You don't want to hurt your partner, but some women do find it quite pleasurable. And in fact, some men find it quite pleasurable if the woman stimulates their rectum in a similar way. And I have heard rumors that some guys can take a whole fist. Although I don't like to think too much about that, I'll just be honest, even I get a little squeamish. Hey, are you fapping? No, you, Spotty, are you fapping? Well, you're fiddling around under the desk. It looks like you're wanking. Look, there's nothing wrong with masturbation. It's perfectly healthy, but there's a time and a place. This is a classroom. I'm trying to educate you. Not the time, not the place, okay? All right, you weren't fapping. He was fapping! You can't trust the spotty ones! Anyway, so, fisting. You can even try do each other at the same time, much like a 69, but instead of the oral sex going on, you'd be going on the mutual fisting could work like... What? You, the traumatized looking kid, have you got a question? You don't seem to... Do you have a question? Oh God, are you crying? There's no crying in sex education. You cry after sex, okay? When you realize what a horrible mistake you've made. If you don't listen to me, all right? What is wrong with you kids? I'm trying to give you valuable information. You're the most uptight bunch of 5-year-olds I've ever seen. And if you can't take some simple, straightforward sex education, then I don't give a fuck. Look at his facial expression. He looks like he's really into it. Or he's constipated. I reckon he's really into it. See, that's why Ken and Barbie broke up. Because Ken wouldn't go in for the fisting and Barbie loves that stuff. Thus ends the Festival of Wrong. Right. How am I not in jail? Oh, goodness me. I'm just looking at it going, yep. Okay, that clearly wasn't me. Who is that young man? I don't know who that was. The ridiculous is what it is. Oh, was that 9 o'clock? Oh, I usually, like, if I'm thinking of doing a longer stream, I usually have an energy drink before I start. And I didn't. And it's already 9:18. Don't think I want to do an energy drink at this stage. Although, in the endless war of energy drink versus alcohol, sufficient alcohol will always win. Well, kind of looks like Bruce Willis. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin, wasn't it? It was a wrestler. It was one of those WWE wrestlers. I think it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know anything about wrestling. So let's just go with Bruce Willis. It was a really jacked Bruce Willis. But, yeah, just that facial expression and all the neck tendons and stuff. I just found it humorous. It's a funny expression. Did look more than a tad constipated. Now I've opened tonic water. Might as well drink it. Tonic water is a bit bitter for me. Guess I could put something in it to sweeten it a bit. 0% caffeine after 4 months. Nice. Oh, I think that speaks to strength of character, Dr. Abigail. Take the win. It's a good effort on your part. All right, I'm going to get my tonic water because I've opened it. It'll just go flat. All right. Pour it over the skeleton's head. We have a word for that. It's a skull. I don't have to say skeleton's head. It's a skull. Good Lord. All right. What's that like? Gonna drink that? Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. And I can cope with drinking something bitter every now and then. Mixing some shit up. Yep. Pouring it over the penis face. Features are very much worn away now. There's just like a vague suggestion of the eye sockets. We're getting closer all the time. Oh. How's the rest of this ice cream? Oh, you can see where the two bits join together. But, you know, it's all good. Oh, yeah, I was holding off, thought maybe I'd want to add a sweetener to it, but I don't think I need it. I think I'll just drink the tonic. Here it is. Pour it over the phallic head. Splish splash. Wear away the features a little bit more. I feel like it took 2 days to make that ice. In terms of, you know, effort versus reward, I'm not sure I can justify that, taking 2 days to make that, but yeah, it was for an experiment. It was for a video. So I think it was worth it from that perspective. I know it works now, so I can do it in future for special occasions. Particularly should do it for like Halloween. Disappointed I didn't come up with this pack at Halloween, but I'll keep it on hand. I'll remember it for Halloween. Plus, I've got these tiki ones. They worked too. They're fucking tiny though. The skulls are bigger. When this comes out after taking 2 days to make it, it's a fucking tiny piece of ice. That's the one that really, I was thinking, God, that doesn't feel worth it. Taking 2 days to make this tiny bit of ice. But you know what? It was a fun experiment, and that makes it worth it in my book. So it's a fine. I could maybe cut the head off. No, it just seems like too much trouble. I'll just keep drinking through a straw. Ooh, you know what? I've actually decided I might pour my tepache over this. Having said I wouldn't do something sweet, now I am. Use up the last little bit of tepache I've got. All right, so put that there. Put that there. Where's my tepache? Just a little bit of tepache left. Which, if you don't know, is like a natural fermented pineapple brown sugar drink, which I made. Ooh, it's a tiny bit of natural effervescence you could hear in that noise when I popped the stopper. So, oh yes, it's nice and viscous because it's mostly fucking sugar. All right. Oh, which I just made because pineapples were cheap, like $2.50 for a little pineapple. So I made tepache and pineapple juice and pineapple syrup. Very mixed. It is very dark. Well, I used dark brown sugar. I didn't even realize there was a dark brown sugar. I thought there was just brown sugar, but there is actually a dark brown sugar. So I specifically bought dark brown sugar just to make the syrup I made, and then I used it for that. So, I mean, it's incredibly straightforward. Peel your pineapple and then get the core. So cut off the good bits of the pineapple and leave the core, and then you put the peel. Okay, you make a mixture of sugar and water, brown sugar and water, and then you add the peel and the core for flavor, and the naturally occurring yeasts in the rind of the pineapple will react with the sugar and will lightly ferment. So it'll get slightly effervescent, as you could see, like when I took the stopper out, there was a poof of some pressure being released. And also, I think it's well, it would get more alcoholic if you left it for longer. It's like very mildly alcoholic, like about the same as a low alcohol beer, 1 or 2%. And I just had a cinnamon stick in it as well for flavor. After the fact, I saw all these other recipes that were just like, yeah, go to fucking town, put all these spices in it, put all these things in to flavor it. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's actually a really good idea to just make the flavor that much richer. But the recipe that I went off just said chuck a cinnamon stick in, so I did. Then after the fact, I saw some other recipes that said, oh, chuck all this stuff in. I thought, nice idea. So I just realized I'm going to put my vermouth back in the fridge. Shazam, y'all. Captain Marvel Jones is a Southern Superman. Oh God, eggnog still. Jesus. I realized I still had eggnog left over from Christmas, and so I started to use it. I did make a drink with it last night, which was good. Ugh, I don't know if I want to do that again tonight. We'll see. Actually, maybe I will, because I wanted to try it with my kumquatcello. Also, I meant to with my clarified cocktail, I meant to use the eggnog, not milk. And I fucking forgot. I made it with milk. And then just after I made it, I was like, oh, I was going to use the eggnog. I might make another batch tomorrow and use eggnog in it. I have to double check the eggnog will actually curdle. I'm pretty sure it will. I just need to make sure. So yeah, apparently the truly authentic way to make tepache is this particular sugar that they sell in Mexico. It's a type of brown sugar, and it's compressed into little cones, and you buy it in these shapes. And the idea is you put one of the cones in. It's got okay. I'm going to look it up. Tepache recipe. All right. What's it called? That's it. Piloncillo, a raw form of pure cane sugar boiled down to a cone-shaped mold. There you go. Piloncillo. That's the really authentic sugar to use. I just used brown sugar from the supermarket. Got a good result. So I'm on board with that, quite honestly. So, all good in the hood. Seeing someone come in now, this is so weird with a bit of ice poking out the top of my glass. Me with a overlarge straw. This isn't even an alcoholic beverage. Not really. Actually, I feel because it's diluted again with the tonic, I feel quite sure this would not meet the legal definition of an alcoholic beverage because it's going to be like at most 1% alcohol. Hey, Safa, how you doing? How's the heat wave out in the country? I just fucking stayed inside all day and the air conditioning performed like a champ. I was very happy about that. Oh, Safa, that's a reusable silicon straw. Look, doing, 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 doing. It's also it's absurdly too long. But I needed a straw so the bit of ice that's sticking out the top wouldn't hit me in the nose. You'll have to watch a video where I make that ice to understand why. Sorry. Okay, 1.5 hours in, having my first non-alcoholic beverage. That's okay. Mr. Responsible. Yeah, that's me. Being responsible. All right, I do my standard thing. Tequila! Where to find 9 of Adelaide's best margaritas. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is a shit guide. Elusive billionaire spotted in Melbourne. Oh yeah, Jack Ma had been spotted in Melbourne. What's this? What do we got? I'm just looking at is there any weird or interesting news stories? Oh, good on them. Perth-based gin distiller, Old Youngs, wins 2 Global Icons of Gin Awards. Well, good for them. I like seeing the Australian distillers on the world stage. I have actually seen that gin, Old Youngs. I think Dan Murphy sells it. I haven't had it though. Oh, there's a crash on a Melbourne freeway. There you go. So where you went on Friday? Oh god, the ongoing stuff with Robodebt. It's fucking cool. It is. Good god, it is so fucking depressing when we're seeing this shit about senior public servants just acting in collusion with the LNP on a politically motivated bit of fuckery that they actually knew was illegal. And they just, I don't know, thought they'd never get caught. Fucking pieces of shit, honestly. And yes, Safra, it is actually the 1-year anniversary of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which that fucking piece of shit thought would be over in a couple of weeks. One of the oldest propaganda gambits in the world for both totalitarians and states that are in a bit of trouble, launch what they perceive as being a short, victorious war. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up because I think that's a saying. I know I've read it. If I do a search on a short, victorious. Okay, there was a novel. Oh yeah, by David Weber. I've read that. Did he come up with the term? Okay, I didn't. I've read that book. It's a sci-fi book. I didn't think he invented the term. Quote. Okay, it comes from a quotation from what looks like Russian, will I try and pronounce that? Vyacheslav von Plev, in reference to the Russo-Japanese War. What this country needs is a short, victorious war to stem the tide of revolution. Nicholas II, Tsar of Russia, was supposed to have said it. Yes, so it's basically held up as a bad idea. Some totalitarian or a regime that's in trouble thinks, oh, public relations, I'll launch an action. It will be a short, victorious war, which will boost patriotism. And it goes wrong. The Suez Canal, the Iraq invasion. Actually, the first one, Desert Storm, actually pretty much did what it was intended to. The Bush II's Iraq invasion was an utter fucking shit show, a calamity, trillions of dollars and millions of lives down the toilet. That's right, I said millions because the deaths of particularly Iraqi civilians were grossly underreported. There probably were, I said millions, there was probably 1 million deaths. And yes, after that was apparently the phrase people kept saying in World War One, it'll all be over by Christmas. Keep saying it, eventually it comes true. But yes, people, politicians and military type who use military actions for political gain are terrible, terrible, awful people. Straight man mistakenly books gay flight. Sure. I expected drag queens and Kylie Minogue on the Pride flight. The reality was very different. Mistakenly books gay flight. George Rogers. Wow, it's from Los Angeles to Sydney. So it dawned on me when I was at check-in, there was a lot of colourful people and pride flags. He says it was a happy mistake, blown away by the surprises Qantas had arranged for passengers on the one-off flight. They took us to the Qantas First Lounge in LAX, drag queens, gave me a hat and a rainbow flag, free drinks, great vibes. Hugh Sheridan and G Flip and Joel Creasy performed. Passengers were gifted Pride-themed Qantas pajamas. Nice. Qantas's resident drag queen, Quintana. Fellow queens Felicity, Fricacino, and Vibe kept guests entertained with drag bingo. And Joel Creasy was using the plane's PA to do jokes as well. George is a heterosexual who considers himself an ally and said it was a great time. Only downside, he had his phone stolen in Colombia, couldn't take photos. I ended up on the gayest flight ever and absolutely loved it. Well, good on you, pal. Good on you. I think Harry Potter costumes would be few and far between at Mardi Gras. Yes. Oh, God. The Onion's gone all in on their support for the trans community. The one headline with their editorial, it's our role as journalists to persecute trans people as much as possible. And I saw today they had The Onion's exclusive interview with J.K. Rowling. It was so fucking funny. But anyway, yes. And that's the classic. God, that's like from 15 years ago. Why do these homosexuals keep sucking my dick? So goddamn funny. I've probably still got my physical copy of The Onion in a box somewhere. It was one of the first times I went to America, which was like 25 years ago. They were still producing the physical copy. I knew it from the internet, but they were still producing the physical copy of it. And it's free. And I fucking grabbed one. I kept it for a while. Like I said, I think it's probably in a box somewhere, but maybe not. Maybe it got turfed at some point. But that was a prized possession for a while, an actual physical copy of the Onion weekly paper. Safi, you went to America 29 years ago. Dr. Abigail, you read the physical copy of that exact article. Nice. It's one of their all-time classics. Hey, Strictly Sega, how you doing? Actually, look, maybe I'll bring it up because it's very funny. The Onion's interview with J.K. Rowling is actually, what the fuck? Why the fuck would an eBay thing come up first? Oh, yep, there it is. The Onion's exclusive interview with J.K. Rowling. FDA rules any white liquid can be called milk. Saddest requests Elon Musk has made at Twitter since taking over. Oh, God. Okay. Now, this is a slideshow that also, I think it's because of them trying to generate ads. It's a bit awkward, but I will share it. Oh, nice. Tricky say used to be a bartender. It is World Bartender Day. Worked at Chapel on Chapel and the Rod Laver Lever. Oh, yes, you've told stories about Rod Laver Arena at Ad Stadium before. But let's look at this completely legit J.K. Rowling interview. Starting a slideshow. Yeah, see, each one goes, okay. So, am I sharing it? Yes. Right, so thanks for doing this interview with us today. Tell me which genitals you have right now. Why is your lawyer here? Are you preemptively suing us for defamation over this interview? Yes, because somehow I always come off as the bad guy when discussing this topic. Name your favorite kind of transphobia. Go. Threats. Wait, that was a trick question. New York Times opinion columnist Pamela Paul recently wrote a column titled In Defense of J.K. Rowling. Have you read it? Nah, that shit's behind a paywall. I'm not wasting any money on that dog shit excuse for journalism. She's on the money with that. Do you feel at all guilty to have disappointed some fans with your views? Hell no. Look, I wrote those books for kids 20 years ago. If you're still into that shit, you're a fucking loser. Don't you find it hypocritical to publicly attack a marginalized community when your fortune and fame comes from books that champion a bullied outsider? Well, that's fiction. I'd be very anti-Harry Potter if you were a real person. Will you be silenced? No, I'm a middle-aged billionaire with access to the latest medical technologies. You'll keep hearing from me for the next 350 years at least. Some activists have, well, I never. Look, if you're going to spew hateful rhetoric at me, we're going to terminate the interview right here and now. Christ, how low some journalists will stoop. We can continue, but you're going to have to ask more respectable questions. Would you tell us about a time that you were personally victimized by a trans person? Yes, I remember like it was yesterday. You see, I was advocating for their total annihilation, and then a few of them said some mean words to me on the internet. Why couldn't you just take your billions of dollars and go away? What, and take all this hate out on my house staff? I already do that. It doesn't help. Okay, next slide. Do you think you'll recover from this? Leonardo da Vinci was a pedophile. He seems to be doing fine reputation-wise. I think I'll probably skate through. Where does all this lead? To the grave, as do all things. Why are you such a huge fucking hateful dork? I prefer the term fantastical bigot. How would you defend your books to those who call for boycotts of Harry Potter because of the detestable things you say online? I would say they are separate. I am something of a human being, whereas a book is a stack of word paper. Plus, I have a vagina, whereas a book has a penis. Why were you absent from the Harry Potter reunion? Did HBO bar you from attending? Ooh, an ad just fucking blocked everything. Oh, there we go. Did HBO bar you from attending? No, I was busy that day, protesting a 13-year-old wearing a skirt. Was it embarrassing when you used a pseudonym to see if people would like your work without the name J.K. Rowling attached, and it turns out they didn't like it at all? Then you had to reveal you were using a pseudonym to increase the sales? Yes, quite. Do you have any words of encouragement for aspiring transphobes? Find the time in your day to practice transphobia every day, even if it's only for 15 minutes. What do you think about cisgender people who support trans people living lives as their preferred gender? They can all die too. Thanks, JK. Let's talk about some other issues. Are you anti-abortion as well? Oh, not at all. In fact, in the books, the Gryffindor Seamus Finnegan is an aborted fetus, and he's quite popular and a very proficient duelist. Do you have anything you'd like to tell your fans? I want to say there are thousands of my fans, potentially millions, who spend time online debating why the Wizards didn't stop the Holocaust. Some of them defend the Wizards and concoct all sorts of torturous explanations for why the Wizards didn't stop the Holocaust. Many of them display a startling lack of actual historical knowledge, and most of them seem entirely unaware that expending so much energy even debating this kind of intercession of fiction into one of humanity's worst atrocities is fairly grotesque on its face. So I'd just like to say, keep at it. You're almost there. All right. Okay. That was it. Strictly Sega. Yes, I remember the Onion movie. It was kind of okay. It was not fantastic, but it had its moments. And in fact, they actually basically just did some of their best articles as sketches. There was original material in the movie too, but they did do some of the best things as sketches. Dr. Ava, I loved the switches in tone they did in it. It was brilliant. It's just like having her be horrible for a while and then just ask the question, is it embarrassing that you wrote under a pseudonym and no one cared? So you told them that you were writing under a pseudonym so they'd pay attention to it? She goes, yes, that was embarrassing. It's like, oh, fuck you, J.K. Rowling. Honestly. You know, it's kind of like, what is it like to wake up every morning to be so privileged you could do whatever the fuck you want, including nothing, and every morning you wake up and go, I think I'll be really hateful to a marginalized group. I think I'll fly in the face of all reputable medicine and psychology and just declare my prejudices. And it's just like, shutting the fuck up is always an option. Oh, it's such a thing, honestly. So when the Onion hits the mark, they really hit the mark. That's why they've got so many imitators, and the really fucking bad ones, where they're like, everyone likes the Onion. It's funny and satire, and the things in their stories aren't true, and it's funny because you can imagine it being true. I'm going to be just like the Onion, and what I'll do is just write things that aren't true. And if I do that, then by definition, I'm as funny as the Onion. And I fucking hate those shitty sites that all they do is, I just wrote something in the style of a news article and it's not true. Therefore, I'm the Onion. Love me. I was like, shut the fuck up. Satire has a point. If it doesn't have a point, it's not satire, and you're just being a fuckwit. Ugh, it's just, ugh. These fucking people, man. These fucking people. What are you going to do with them? So, yes, providing, after the low point of that truly bizarre video I made 12 years ago, with the high point by just doing someone else's material. So for some reason, it keeps popping into my head. So, satire thing I saw about how truly, in retrospect, how truly weird the Live Aid Feed the World song was. And I don't know. I think it's really easy to criticize them in hindsight. But it was, people thinking they wanted to do something. But again, there was very much the colonizer paternalistic mindset in a lot of the lyrics, because even just people are like, trying to say like it's going to be bad. There won't be snow in Africa. It's Chris. Well, there is. Africa's a really fucking big place. There are mountain ranges. There will be snow. The greatest gift I'll get this year. It's just like the problem is actually the colonizing and the theft of the resources and. And yes, Dr. Abigail, the overwhelming majority of right-wingers who think they're doing satire are just saying things that aren't true and just being, and again, right-wing satire, 99% of it is just being hateful and spiteful to marginalized groups. It was Terry Pratchett who said, gallows humor isn't making fun of people in the gallows. It's the people who are facing the gallows finding a dark moment to laugh at. If you're in the crowd laughing at them, you're actually part of the execution. Yes, that was the thing. Nothing ever grows, no rain or rivers flow. That was the other bit in the satire bit where they're quoting that line. What? No, lots of stuff grows. We've got rivers. It's, it's despotic governments. It's foreign interference. It's the colonizing. It's the theft of resources. That's the fucking problem. And okay, another thing, the people making fun of the Live Aid thing, that was done really quickly. Like Bob Geldof decided to do it and roped in a bunch of people. I think the song was basically like written, recorded, produced, and released in like a fucking weekend, which is unheard of. And so it's flawed. It was absolutely flawed. And I don't argue that it has this very paternalistic colonizer mindset in it. But I also think some people are criticizing from the comfort of distance. But yes, those lines, there won't be snow in Africa this Christmas. Well, yeah, there will. And yeah, rain, there's no rain or rivers. There's rain, there's rivers. Drought does in fact cause famine, but there are bigger problems. So what's that? Raised fortune. Okay, I'm going to be very cautious, Strictly Sega, because there was a lot of reporting about what happened with the aid, and it is very difficult from the outside to know what was true, because every time someone would report something like that, it was, well, no, that didn't happen. This happened. And a lot of the stuff that was reported, people, and this is from both sides, people had vested interests in a particular narrative being pushed. So I'm just going to be really reticent to make any big calls, because it's a very complicated situation, and I don't know for sure. I have read exactly what you said. I've definitely read that. I've read that there are a bunch of problems. And then I've read that the reporting of problems was misreporting. So I don't fucking know. The entire thing was definitely flawed. And basically its biggest flaw is it was it's funny, what they called themselves Band-Aid, didn't they? It was like, it was a Band-Aid approach. It was not addressing the core issues, because those are extremely difficult political and sociological issues. They just said, oh, there's a problem, there's a famine. Well, if we get some food, then we'll give them food and everything will be okay. And go, that won't solve it unless you address the systemic problems. You got the DVD box of the concert? And the quality's fucking awful. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. Oh gosh. Well, that's gotta suck. Getting him. I'm after tempted to have another booze drink now. Maybe I should have another non-alcoholic drink. So everything about Live Aid, slapdash bang, there we go, done. Well, it was very much done in a rush. That is actually true. I did not buy any box sets or anything. I watched it on TV. You know, they had a lot of big names in the performance at Wembley that I had genuinely no interest in seeing. No interest at all. The Queen performance was very good. Again, okay, side note, the recent Queen biopic with what's his name from Mr. Robot playing Freddie Mercury. It was absolutely surreal how much shit they made up in that movie, because Queen were involved in the making of the movie, and they just made up so much in that just wasn't real. Fucking wild. I found myself thinking, why are they making stuff up? Oh, yes. Yeah, U2 were good. Bowie was good. But yeah, it's just well, see, okay, I was a cynical Gen Xer in the 80s. There's a guy like, Mick Jagger and Tina Turner did a thing. Wolf Queen, good fucking call. Well, that's definitely the decision people make. They need to make up something in a story, and if it's supposed to be, it's pointless. Yeah, it's weird. And yes, you've been around for ages. It's very nice to see you, by the way. Oh yeah, okay. I get Streaky say yeah, concert good, but separate from a fundraising event. Yeah, it was just like rushed. It was flawed. Um, oh yeah, well, Wolfie, I literally after watching like I was talking particularly about the Queen um, uh, biopic, uh, I straight away wanted to look at wait how much of that was real, and just finding out like over half of it was just made up. And it's like oh my god. Well, see, you'd have to. It's Friday night. I'm going to be here late, so this is the night to do it. Oh god, I still haven't seen the Weird Al movie. I don't know um, how if you can even watch it in Australia legally. Let me have a look. Watch Weird Al movie in Australia. Where to watch Weird Al movie in Australia? Oh wait, is it on Paramount Plus? I have Paramount Plus. But I think it's not there yet. Wait, when was this published? February. They're saying later this year. Okay, so there's no legal ways to watch it at the moment. Okay. 2nd of March. Okay, so in 2 weeks I'll be able to watch it. Okay. Okay, here's a weird thing. The Weird Al movie. That is all in That's Funny or Die sketch from more than a decade ago. And Daniel Radcliffe is playing Weird Al in it. Basically, all the beats in the trailer for the Weird Al movie are in this Funny or Die sketch from more than a decade ago. And again, the irony that Daniel Radcliffe's in, although in the Funny or Die, he's not jacked, like he got really jacked for the movie. Ooh, the original Addams Family's on YouTube. Nice. Oh, sorry, I actually didn't see that you mentioned the Funny or Die sketch. Did I say College Humor or Funny or Die? I don't remember. But yes, I've watched it on YouTube, and it's weird how the old Funny or Die sketch is almost exactly like the trailer for the actual movie that came out. Pretty fucking funny, honestly. So, oh god, okay. Speaking of things on Paramount Plus is on Prime. I was looking through things to watch on there. They've got Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, which I still haven't watched. Looking through, they've got the original Twilight Zone. They've got Rod Serling's Twilight Zone on there. So many things to watch. Currently, there's actually new things to watch at the moment. This is Angry and I have been watching 1923. And we did watch the first episode of Picard, which is funny. They jumped straight into action in that. which is, I think, in a reaction to people telling them season 2 is too slow moving. What else is there? Of course, The Last of Us, which continues to be fucking amazing. And we'll probably watch Carnival Row as well. Had to cancel Netflix. Well, I'm glad you don't regret it. It's good. I am watching less on Netflix at the moment. I still watch some stuff on it. Actually, the younger folk in the house like all the anime that's on Netflix. Be a bit of an uprising if I cut it off. I think I might have a martini because I am a stylish gentleman, and stylish gentlemen have martinis. Oh god, that's a bad sign. I just yawned. Normally, if I yawn once, I just fucking keep yawning all the time, all the time. Getting a martini glass. Got a martini glass. 'Cause I'm all class. I'm a classy motherfucker. What is this? Leaking a little bit. That's nice port. Freezer, we don't have freezer martinis down in Africa. Although they probably do. What did I have for dinner, Safa? I had supermarket pizza. So nice garlic and Parmigiano Reggiano pizza at the supermarket was on special, so I got it. And then I added bacon and more cheese. It was yummy. 2 of them. It was like I didn't eat 2. The offspring were also eating them. So it was a pizza dinner. Ooh, I'm going to, just to get a bit more flavor in this orange peel, I'm going to put the orange peel in my martini. Oh, fuck yeah. What brand? I was about to say I have no idea, but the box is in thing for recycling here. Cole's Finest. The big thing, it was on sale for $3.50. Hand-stretched stone-baked pizza base. Garlic and Parmigiano Reggiano. And as I said, in my case, added bacon and cheese. And yes, it is a date night tomorrow night. So I won't be doing a stream tomorrow night. I'll be doing something with Mrs. Angry tomorrow night. We actually haven't decided yet. It's a little bit up in the air, but we'll do something. What's the time? 10 o'clock. Oof, that's a bracing drink, that one. That's yummy. So yes, no, it's going to be super gay, Dr. Abigail, and involve kissies and snuggies in a very gay way. We haven't decided if we're going out somewhere or just maybe have fish and chips in the park and then watch something on TV. We'll do one of those things. So it's going to actually depend a lot on what the weather is like. Because it might be raining. It might be super fucking windy. We'll take it as it comes. So for now, I don't think Melbourne does anything specifically for Mardi Gras, but yeah, we had Midsummer recently. It's probably events in various clubs and whatnot for Pride Week. So there's no parade. No one. I think basically no one's trying to steal the Sydney Mardi Gras thunder. Goddamn. It's just about fucking spot on, this martini at the moment. Oh, it's really good. Considering I've been keeping this infinity martini going for, I don't know, 2 years, 18 months. It's got fuck knows how many different gins and vermouths have been through it. Remains, I always say this, but I do feel some disappointment that I didn't document it, because it would be fun to have like a long list. On this day, you put 30 mils of this gin, and then like actually count up all the gins in there. So there's like, there's ghosts of 30 gins in here. Well, strictly Sega, Midsummer is like all over, but it's mainly like in the city. There's probably gay stuff in St Kilda. That sounds about right. There'd be gay stuff in St Kilda. Dr. Abigail had a big gay party in the street near her place a couple of weeks ago. Seemed very excited to just look at it and go, there's a gay street party happening. I'm not sure if Robot Man Greg's still about. He had been out and was heading home. So I don't know what he's doing, but we'll shout out to Robot Man Greg. Are you there? Look like you're after something. No? It's just the way you were looking over there, like you're wondering if you can get... No, my imagination? Yeah, see, I imagine things. Hallucinating. Who knows? Sorry, I'm just going to go off camera for a little bit. Sorry, I just had to go off camera and do some gay stuff. And also, I noticed you said, Safa, the peel makes it look cool. That's what you put the peel in for. A bit more traditional in the martini, a lemon peel. If I order one in a bar, it's a dry martini with a twist of lemon. Oh, yes. Greg actually had, I think you missed it. He was in earlier. He actually had dinner at Catfish, or he picked up dinner from Catfish tonight. But yes, we should definitely do the Discord thingy. Well, yeah, there are gay nightclubs everywhere. There's a few dance clubs around. Just kind of, well, there's the one that has Poof Doof on Chapel Street, but there are a few clubs just off Chapel Street as well. From memory of living in that area. But yes, there are quite a few venues in Melbourne. Which is as it should be. You don't like Chapel Street? There are aspects of Chapel Street I like. There's a few venues on Chapel Street I like. The whole vibe of Chapel Street can be a bit much, a bit oppressive. But there are actually a couple of venues on Chapel Street or near Chapel Street that I quite like. I haven't been there for a while, though. I do remember the Cat Empire. Due south of the river. That's where I am. Safa, Chapel Street can be fancy. It's certainly true. Couple of nice cocktail bars on Chapel Street and near Chapel Street. Good food places there. Some very overrated place. Some places are very popular, and I have no fucking idea why. But there's probably something for everyone there. So it's kind of like whatever you're after at some point on Chapel Street, you'll probably find it. But yeah, I've gone out there a few times, not for a little while. Actually, I think I've hit on a place to potentially go out with Mrs. Angry tomorrow night. Place that does nice cocktails and nice snacky food. So there's a whole sort of joke of north and south of the river, and I always forget which side I'm on. I am on the opposite side to Dr. About. I mean, I'm out in the fucking burbs on the south of the river side, which is really funny because people who live out in the perimeter suburbs would probably regard where I am as close to inner city. It's not. It's suburban, but it's all perspective, really. But yes. Yeah, strictly saying everyone has it. Every city has it. There'll be divisions between north, south, east, west. It is just a thing. Melbourne just has a very obvious demarcation with the Yarra River. Whereas like in Sydney, okay, north is pretty obvious because that's north of the harbour. East is actually fairly well defined, although yep, it's all very different. And I guess west is just worst. Yeah, but everyone does it. Everyone does it. Jesus Christ! When I grew up in Dubbo, there were divisions, perceived and real divisions between north, south, east, and west Dubbo. Okay, here's a fun thing. Do you know Sydney doesn't like the west and Melbourne doesn't know? Do you know why? And this makes sense. And I'm just going off something I read and taking it as true. But why the western suburbs are in most cities are like the working class and poorer things? Because if you live in the west and you're commuting towards the city for work or uni or whatever, in the mornings, you're going east, the sun's in your eyes. In the afternoons, going home, you're going west, the sun's in your eyes. So the west is not favored by rich people because it kind of sucks to travel to and from the city in the morning and the afternoon with the sun in your eyes. That's what I heard anyway. So what do we have? North, south of the river, rivalry between west suburbs, which is built on swamp, inhabited by swamp people in the east. What's the east? I know the west because I used to live in the west. And now I am apparently south of the river. But I'm so far out in the burbs, I don't know that counts. Your grand told you it's because Aussies are racist. Well, it's just migrants get pushed out to the west because rich people don't want to live there because of the sun. Grandpa had a shoe shop, had a sign that said, "Get your shoes here before the day goes." Nice. Oh, I just got that. I said it out loud. I got it as I said it out loud. Safas, everyone's scared of Broadmeadows. Broady just has a reputation for violence. So people are a bit frickin' sus of Broady, quite honestly. Oh God, I remember someone saying that at school, having he could give presentations, and we came up with a line when we would talk. It was talking about you had to debate, should the Olympic Games be in Greece permanently? And I was on the negative side. And one of the guys came up with this line, and we're like, yeah, you can't say that. And he's going, oh, I could. And we're going, okay, I fucking dare you. Say it. This is high school. Okay, do it. Say it. I dare you. He goes, I will. And so he stands up and goes, like, there's a lot of reasons that we can't have the Olympics in Greece. First, because just time goes too fast there. You know what they say? You're in Greece. Every time you look, you see a day go. It's like, oh, God. Also, he was of Mediterranean ancestry. So that's why he thought he could get away with it. And it's like, oh, my God. Yeah, see, Safa, Brody and Sunshine are in completely opposite directions. And Sunshine, where I also lived, is pretty fucking dodgy. Yeah. It's really dodgy. It's so fucking dodgy. Oof. Yep. So I'm just thinking, yep, Sunshine's dodgy. It's where the stump jump plough was invented, one of Australia's proud inventions. The stump jump plough, invented out Sunshine Way when that was all farmland. Weirdest things Australian natural do. We invented the stump jump plough. Okay, sure. Oh, yes. Well, Sunshine is further west than Footscray. You would go west of Footscray, you expect it to be a bit shit. See, Frankston's okay, Frankston's weird because it's on the bay. So but it's fucking way out there. So right on the water is all these super expensive houses and whatnot. But then you go back a couple blocks and it's druggy, bogan, fuck Jesus. Don't walk around the back streets of Frankston on your own at night. That's all I'm saying. Franger. But yeah, it's weird because it's on the bay. So the little crescent that's facing the beach and the bay, all the houses are really big and expensive. And you go back a couple blocks and it's a fucking quagmire. It's fuck. Camberwell is rich east. But probably, I don't know Camberwell very well. I always forget the fucking names of suburbs, honestly. I'm really fucking bad at it. That actually makes sense, strictly Sega, because they were the really expensive houses. It makes sense that they would want to actually raise the rent of where the Bogans were, kick them out towards the Dandies. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I have not been there for a while. I don't know. Oh, neat little statistic. Frankston had the largest number of pubs per capita of anywhere in the world. Nice. And yes, there are nice houses out that way. But yeah, it's a tale of two cities, basically. That's very weird. But yeah, I think Strict Sega is probably on the money that they've pushed the very dangerous sorts further out towards the Dandenongs. So you lived there back 98, 99, went to TAFE in Bond Beach, studying Y2K. Neat. To Miss Frankston. I don't fucking blame you. Particularly 98, 99 Frankston. Jesus. Oh. I remember getting this message ages ago from a young guy who was a copper. This is to my YouTube channel. And I brought something up in a video and he just contacted me and says, dude, you don't know the half of it and the shit that goes on. And he said what was a real, because he was actually stationed out in Frankston. And he's saying like, yeah, it's rough and stuff. But he was just saying like shit was happening, just like if coppers on patrol just found someone paralytic, drunk, stumbling around, or even unconscious. But if they're stumbling around, they'd stop them and say, what are you up to? Okay, show us your ID. And they would take the guy's wallet. And they do this to guys who are too drunk to know what's happening. They'd take the guy's wallet and then just basically take whatever cash is out of it and go, okay, head on home. Coppers were just like rolling drunks. It was wild. Dr. Bear, remember state election 20 years ago, Frankston was a swing seat. Fucking money, the two parties pumped. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's really shitty politics. What always cracked me up, because this is the election where, because Brax had quit. So Brax was premier for a while. Then he retired because he was having family issues. Like when that thing about retiring to spend more time with my family, he actually really meant it. There was some trouble, like his son had a drunk driving thing, and the stress of the public life was too much. And so he quit public life for the benefit of his family. More power to him doing that. And then Labor lost the next election, I think. But you looked at the analysis, it was because they lost these perimeter suburbs to the LNP because the LNP was promising money for infrastructure and the stupid fuckwits believed it. It was kind of like, I was watching this and it's going, oh yeah, and all these people voted against Labor because the Liberal Party said they were going to build infrastructure for these perimeter suburbs. And they're going, okay, well, if you stupid fucking cunts are going to vote for the Liberal Party because they promised you some infrastructure, then you absolutely deserve the ass fucking you are going to get when the Liberal Party doesn't spend money on infrastructure, because the Liberal Party never spends money on infrastructure. The only thing they'll spend money on is big fucking roads where there are massive fucking kickbacks from these private companies. It's bullshit. So, when that particular election happened, because, the outer suburbs voted against Labor because the Liberals promised them infrastructure, I was going, well, you stupid fuckwits fell for one of the most obvious lies I've ever seen. You fucking you deserve the disappointment of the next couple of years when none of it materializes. You fucking idiots. That's a sort of just desserts thing, quite honestly. Oofed. What do we got happening here? Maybe I should actually just drink some water. You know what? Maybe I should do a toilet break. Now, that's the case, after we all make mistakes, man. Julie. Oh. Just kind of thought, that was pretty weird in my glass. Okay, here's one. I don't even remember what this is. But the heading is Jed sings and Aidsy occupies. It's only 2.5 minutes. I can probably do a toilet break in 2.5 minutes. Ooh, or scenes from a YouTuber meetup from 11 years. That's 8 minutes. Nothing less than amazing. I must have been in a positive mood. I made a video where I say my mantra is being nothing less than amazing. I must have been in a good mood. Okay, I'm thinking, because I really don't know what's going to happen in this video titled Jed Sings and AZ Occupies. I should expose you to it while I do a toilet break. It's only 2.5 minutes. Ugh. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, I do get some conservatives though, Strictly Sega, which always is interesting to me. Usually not bigots, because I'm very clear on bigots. But people, it's kind of like people is if they're conservative, as in it's their view on economic policy and whatnot. It's like, okay, I disagree with you, but fine. But it's, you get the loud conservatives, and they're just fucking bigots. They're not going to like me because I'm going to savage them. But okay, quick 2-minute toilet break while I watch this weird video where I have no idea what's going to happen in it. All right, okay, yeah, that's ready to go. So I'll switch off my microphone.
This is such an Aussie song.
Do it again. That was really good lyrics.
Can't do it again.
All right, we'll do another song then.
It's the Spider-Man time for the Spider-Man. Come to the Spider House where we sell the Spider-Man. Spider-Man, the sexeries.
It's like Hillbilly Spider-Man. What's that?
Spider-Man, we'll sell all your Spider-Man. Sell the Spider-Man shirt, sell the Spider-Man pants, the hat of the Spider-Man. Oh, it's Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, all the superheroes. Spider-Man.
So I'm with you.
You just ruined the whole song. That's the best means that it's the worst. That's not the worst. Just do. It's the best video because it's got all of us in it. We're all the best friends.
Now you should just run with what all the best video in the world you're going to make has all the YouTube cliches. You know, have kittens and cute babies and girls kissing.
Girls kissing is best YouTube videos. Also, when they like get naked and then it's like almost about to show boob, and then it's like go on to this website to see the rest. Fuck. And you worked really hard, like you just sat there, like just trying to get it up because it was difficult to get it up because you hadn't actually seen any tit yet. And then as soon as the bra comes off, it's like, no, see the rest on camgirls.com. You know what? I don't want to go on camgirls.com. If I wanted to go there, I would be on camgirls. I just wanted to be able to watch pornography on my YouTube browser.
I've done that. I went to a web chat with Anonymous, I believe it was, and they were showing off how
What are you doing, AZ?
I'm occupying
You're occupying what?
everything. Well, a bit of it anyway.
It's down to you, is it?
Yeah. I'm maintaining.
Personal question now.
Yeah,
Are you constipated?
a little bit.
All right, keep occupying.
I can do that. Oh no, I'll fall over. I don't know what the slogan is.
What do we want? Laxatives? When do we want them now?
Yeah. No.
That must have been where Occupy Melbourne was happening. Okay. So that was like 11 years ago. Just a bit of randomness from hanging out with YouTube folks. Oh, well, that was like, oof. Oh yes, the water on the wall. That's not there anymore. Might come back. I don't know, because there's a whole train station being built there. Anyway, I surprised myself that I still had some Tiny Bear single malt whiskey. I didn't think I still had some. But there were, what was this? Only 146 bottles of this made. And this is not the sort of thing that people would keep. So this is probably, this is definitely the rarest bottle I have. Probably very little of this in the world. Elon Musk doesn't have this. Suck my dick, Elon Musk. You don't have Tiny Bear single malt whiskey, and I'm not giving any to you. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos, fuck you too. Bill Gates, fuck you. Fuck you to all the oligarchs. All right, so I'm going to have just a little taste of the whiskey, and then I might make an old-fashioned with it. Strictly Sega, there are tram stops on both sides of the street when there's a tram. Oh. Ooh. I'm so bad with tasting notes with these things. What does that taste like? It's almost almond flavored, like marzipan. It's like whiskeys usually have a sweetness to them. It really sits there, and whiskeys, they're often, there's like vanilla or honey or molasses notes. This to me is very marzipan. God, I need someone who's good at picking out tasting notes to say things, and then I'd go, yeah, it's that. Oh, there's almost like stone fruit flavors in there too, like peach or apricot. Which goes nice. Are there any tasting notes written on the bottle? They often write tasting notes on the bottle. No, they don't. Oh, I just noticed it's 50% ABV, 100 proof. Nice work, Tiny Bear. I think they're about to come out with another single malt whiskey, actually. I love it. They call it Bear Nectar. It's like if someone asked, like, why is it called Tiny Bear? I don't know. Maybe the person who runs it's a small, hairy homosexual. I don't know. Actually, I genuinely think Kirsten knows the story behind why it's called Tiny Bear, because I'm pretty sure she put me on to Tiny Bear. Their distillery is, I know, it's about half an hour away, off in an industrial estate. By half an hour, I mean driving. There's no public transport there. A day's walk, half an hour driving. Well, that's actually pretty good. I'm going to make old-fashioned. Okay, what is this looking like now? This is definitely looking, the ice, that's definitely looking phallic now. It's mostly melted away. It's just got a protrusion on it. All right, where's my jigger? So I'm going to measure these things. Dun, 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 dun. Tonight, thank God it's there. Instead of you. God, I'm really going to have to clean up in the morning. I can't be fucked doing it tonight, I'll tell you that. I'm going to move some shit. Gonna get my brown sugar syrup. Because that's what I... Ooh, actually, speaking of which, I think... Is that the apple? Tell you what, if the fucking apple's still okay, I'm just going to snack on some candied apple as well. Do. We used to have, talking about trains and trams, transport generally, when I was in the country, in Dubbo and Bathurst, it was a huge breakthrough and innovation when the comparatively fast train, the XPT, the express train, ran between Sydney and Dubbo, because Dubbo was the end of the line. Because prior to that, we had the mail train, which ran between Sydney and Melbourne every night. Took like fucking 12 hours to go Dubbo to Sydney. And I did that a few times. And that was a real old fucking train. That was a real experience riding on this really old rattly train. Yeah, Safa, XPTs are getting replaced. I'm not surprised. They're fucking 40 years old. Must have been like 40 years ago they were introduced. But yeah, the old red rattlers, diesel trains that ran overnight between Dubbo and Sydney. Strictly Sega, XPT stands for Express Train. It's just a passenger train. There's one runs between Sydney and Melbourne, one runs between Sydney and Dubbo. Some ice ASMR for you there. Just clanking in my glass. I'm going to break this knob off. Can I do that? No, I can't. Okay. That answers that question. Because prior to the XPT, we just had this very old diesel train ran between Sydney and Dubbo. Particularly like the toilets on it, where you had this sign that said, don't use this toilet while it's stopped at a station, because it just dropped straight onto the tracks, whatever you did. So the idea is you did it between trowns, so whatever you did sort of hit the ground at some speed and broke up and was spread around. I remember I really desperately had to do a shit while the train was sitting at the station in Dubbo, and got on the train and did it, despite what the sign said. And then the train left, and I saw huge old turd that I'd done on the tracks. I think I was weirdly proud of it. But yes, actually seeing on these really old trains, when you go to the loo, when they're in transit between trams, actually, and you just see it's just a hole going straight down to the tracks. It was pretty wild. Oh God, I just remembered one trip I was on going. I might have just been going Bathurst to Sydney, but it was the same train track, whether it was Dubbo to Sydney or Bathurst to Sydney. And there was this kid on the train. I mean, kid, he was probably only about 14 or 15. And I was probably 18 or 19. Maybe 20, you know. Anyway, and this kid, and he was such a fucking arsehole. He was being obnoxious. He was making everyone's trip miserable. And it's just like, kid, fuck off. Someone's going to do something to you. And at one point, I went to the loo, and the train's going through the mountains at this point. It's the middle of the night. And I don't know, again, this kid being an arsehole, he's decided he's looking out. He's opened a door on this train because it's a really old train and the doors aren't electric. And he's opened the door to the train, and he's just like leaning in the frame of the door, looking at the world sort of whizzing by. I don't know, because he's a fucking arsehole, and he knows you're not supposed to do it, so he's doing anything you know you're not supposed to do. And it was so noisy when I was coming back from I walked behind him. He had no idea I was there. And I spent a good few seconds thinking about it. I just thought I could just kick this fucker in the middle of his back. He has no idea I'm here. He's not braced for it. I could just fucking kick him in the middle of his back, and he'd just go flying out that door, and that would be the last anyone would ever have to deal with the little cunt.
No one would know. No one would know I'd done it. No one would see me do it. No one would realize it. If and when his fucking body was found, it would just be assumed to be an accident. And if in the 1,000,000 to 1 chance he survived and realized someone had kicked him, he'd have no idea who it was because he had no idea I was there. I spent a good couple of seconds thinking, fuck this little piece of shit. I would seriously be doing the world a favor if I just fucking kicked him out this door, because you just got the vibe this guy was going to be no good his whole fucking life. And I very, very seriously considered it. Didn't do it though. Oh, I like this, Strictly Sega. You should get V-Line and get a microwave 4 and 20 sausage roll. I do actually like those sausage rolls, yes. Pies are actually okay too. I saw it. Dan Andrews doing a meme on his Facebook page today. Apparently, they're bringing in a change so that V-Line trains, the fares are just going to be the same as a Metro fare. It's going to be like a day fare in Metro Melbourne. So you can go from anywhere in the country, get a V-Line to Melbourne, and you'll only be paying what you'd pay for a day ticket in Melbourne. Pretty good. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It was kind of he was using the Lion King meme of Simba with his dad, and his dad says, "Everything the light touches is yours." And this was like, "Everything the light touches, you can get a V-Line ticket, and it's just the price of a Metro day ticket." And Simba says, "What's that shadowy place over there?" And Mufasa says, "That's Sydney. You must never go there." It was silly, but it was kind of funny, I thought. I don't really want politicians to get into memes, but... Oh, my God. Okay. This, which was a pretty good whiskey, makes a really... Okay, it has to be a shitty whiskey to make a shitty old-fashioned. But this is really nice old-fashioned. So you're working at the footy. Oh, God. Okay, so all the leftovers, as much as you could carry after the footy games. Giant pouch with your shirt, 6 pies, eat 2, give them away to people at the train station. Bet you were popular. Yes, Dr. Abigail, I actually thought it was funny. I don't want to encourage politicians to get into memes, but I found it kind of funny that he used the Lion King meme. What's that shadow area? That's Sydney. You must never go there. And hey, Justin, how you doing? It's silly. It's a silly old world. Oh, gosh. Okay, so I'm chilling out. What are we? Coming up on 11 now. That's okay. I'm still going strong. I might drink some water after this because that seems a sensible thing to do. See, for some reason, pasties turn me off. I'm sure they're fine. And it's not like, God, I've definitely got a weakness for sausage rolls. I like meat pies. I've definitely got a weakness for sausage rolls. And it's normally the dodgiest fucking contents in a sausage roll. But I just like them. And I haven't had one for ages. Now I want a sausage roll. And yes, that holds true for pretty much everything, Strictly Sega. Best pies are free pies. Absolutely. Way to make friends, though, after a footy game. Have a bunch of pies and just give them away at the train station. excellent way to make friends. Zafra, I'm not really getting that one. I didn't see a meme. Melbourne has a heart hospital. Rest of Australia, I didn't see that. I don't understand that one. But that's okay. There's literally a lot of things I don't understand. So wouldn't be too worried about it. Oh god, I was just looking at YouTube and I got reminded a movie I wanted to watch is Nope. That's got to be free to watch sometime soon. Jordan Peele movie about aliens, I think. So, okay, I really want to stop this from hitting me in the face. Maybe if I got a spoon, I could crack it. Oh. No, Dr. Abigail, I have not seen Nope yet because it hasn't been free to watch legally. And I cannot be bothered to sail with pirates who hang out in the bay because there's so much to watch. I just wait till it's legal to watch. And it's not legally free on a streaming service yet. Fuck yeah, old fashions kick ass. Again, well, see, that's the funny thing, Justin. I agree. I really enjoy watching The Crown. Doesn't make me have any sympathy for the royals at all. Fuck them. It's a sick, disgusting, anachronistic thing. It's about exploitation and colonization, and it's just fucked. But The Crown is very interesting viewing. They got really good people to play the roles, so it's always interesting. So it's the same as, you know, watching Meryl Streep play Margaret Thatcher in The Iron Lady. Great movie, really enjoyed it. No fucking sympathy for Margaret Thatcher. She's a piece of shit. Yes, the focus on Lady Di, I actually find a little bit tacky. I mean, it's all about money for them. I feel like they should have stopped. I feel like they should have stopped before the Lady Di stuff. Honestly, I still enjoyed watching those seasons, but I think they would have had the moral high ground if they had stopped before the Lady Di stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, Helen Mirren in The Queen. Yeah, she was fucking brilliant. Again, still no sympathy, no empathy for those fucking leeches, but great movie. Helen Mirren, stunning, as always, as the Queen. She's incredible. Your Lady Di jokes. Well, that was one of the stories told at AIDS's memorial. There's a young, well, he's no longer that young, but he was very young when he met AIDSy, because he was just an open micer, and AIDSy was one of the sort of banner comedians at this thing, and the news had just broke that Lady Di died, and they were basically backstage all trying to come up with Lady Di jokes and, be the first one to say one on stage. And this guy goes, maybe it's in bad taste. And Aidsy stood up and went, look, did anyone actually fucking know the woman? And everyone goes, well, no. Okay, then it's fine. Who the fuck are we offending by making jokes about someone nobody knows? Yeah, that was the thing, Strictly Sega. It was a ratings thing. I feel like they would have had the moral high ground if they stopped before the Lady Di thing, but they're like, no, everyone wants to watch this fucking soap opera. Okay, I have watched Guest House Paradiso. Rick Mail, Aid Edmondson. I don't remember Simon Pegg or the Princess, but I watched Guest House Paradiso once in the 90s. I don't remember a lot of it. Safa, there was a guy at AIDS's memorial who told the thing about the Diana joke. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. There were multiple comedians who do you think? In fact, this guy, I didn't know this guy. I'd never met this guy. That was his story of his early days in comedy. That is one of the best sentences I have ever seen, Strictly Sega. Simon Pegg had a nipple ring and Rick Mail was pulling on it with a fishing rod trying to get a video cassette. That is one of the best sentences I've ever seen. Suffer again, not completely sure what you're asking, but there's a guy who gave a little speech at AIDS's memorial and he told the story about everyone trying to do the First Lady Di joke. Sorry, I'm just thinking about various things people said at the AIDS memorial. And there was some wild shit was said at that, quite honestly. I also remember there was this guy, I'm not going to say he's not going to watch my streams, but anyway, there's this guy, and because there were a bunch of people that I didn't know. I knew about 75% of the people there. Like, I know AIDS's family. I knew the majority of the comedy people. And of course, I knew the YouTube people. And that was basically the three groups who were there. Family, friends of family, comedy scene, and YouTube people from different phases of things. Oh, that's fun. Someone on Twitch with the username AngryAussie666. My demonic twin, apparently. Hello. Just for your reference as well, most people watch me on YouTube, but I'm multi-streaming, so you're probably the only person watching on Twitch at the moment. But that's cool. Yeah, so anyway, all these people. And there was someone I didn't know, this guy who told the first person to tell the Lady Di joke. I'd never met him. I didn't know who he was. In fact, of the people who gave speeches, he was probably the only one I didn't know. But anyway, we also went to a pub afterwards to have a few drinks and talks. And I was explaining to a few people the YouTube angle. And there's this one guy, and he's going like, oh, and it was like, he's really keen. Oh, yeah, I should do a thing. And I didn't know him. And I was wondering, and he was from the comedy side of things. And then he said his name, or someone said his name. And this thing in my head just went, bing, AIDSy. And I knew exactly who this guy was because AIDSy had mentioned him so many times as the least trustworthy, nastiest piece of shit. So this guy's going, yeah, we should catch up and I should do some things. And I'm going like, I know who you are now. This isn't going to happen because that's AIDSy's legacy right there. Fuck you. And I didn't say it. I just went, Justin, actually, see, now you highlighted, I feel bad because I haven't actually talked to his family. I did hang out with his brother after the memorial. Again, his brother Ross, again, super fucking weird because it's not like they were identical, but you could look at his brother and go, this is like a younger, healthier Aidsy. It's really a little bit surreal, quite honestly. So that was more than a bit weird, honestly. Yeah, it's I probably should call his mum, actually. Oh my god, what a piece of shit I am. Also, Justin, I know you're not trying to make me feel bad, but I should probably like call his mum. How you doing? How's everything? Must be a tough time. I was interacting with Boss of the House just today through the Facebooks. We're trying to get Telstra to fuck off with AZ's phone because I've been paying AZ's phone bill for years, and then he died. So I just called Telstra and said, "Hey, just for your interest, this bill was getting sent to my house. The guy in question doesn't live here, never has, but he wasn't in a position to pay his bill. I was, so that's why it got sent to my house." And I'm not paying it anymore. So make a note. And they said, "Oh, are you next to kin?" I went, "Nah, I'm just telling you I'm not paying the bill anymore." But I got next to kin to do it. Hey, okay, mate. So a bit of background for you. Thank you for stumbling in. Again, I guess why you stumbled in, because we have such a similar username. God, I've been doing YouTube since the early days of YouTube, but COVID kind of knocked the wind out of me. I used to do angry political stuff where I'd shout and swear and shit. And COVID was like so weird and fucked up. I just started doing live streams so people could just hang out and chill. So I tend to do live streams on definitely like Thursday and Friday, sometimes on Saturday. Friday night's like party night. I might go super late, sometimes as late as like 2 a.m. Sunday night for a couple of hours, and Tuesday night. As often as not Tuesdays. So honestly, 4 nights a week, because I'm old and I don't want to go out anywhere. So if you enjoy the answer, because this is like chill zone. It's actually a bit odd that I'm for a Friday night that I'm the only one on, because I can add other people to the stream. Friday night's party night anyway. So cheers to you, brother. What's a non-sibling? Sibling doesn't sound cool though. I call someone brother, sister, sibling. That doesn't. Comrade. I think I'll just stick with comrade. Actually, not that I'm a communist, but that's just a all-encompassing term. Yes, Dr. Abigail, you know what's what. An actual party night, multi-stream, Yaspy Punch, hookers, blow, and blackjack. I'm just going the cut rate version of drinking a little bit of alcohol. Oh man, not that I would ever admit to doing streams on any sort of illicit substances. Okay. See, here's the thing, Safa. It's not so much I'm a secret communist. I'm not a statist, so that's why I'm not a communist. I'm definitely radical loony left. I love telling people, they go, "Are you really left? How left are you?" I was like, well, if I had my way, all the billionaires would be in prison until everyone involved in the supply chain that actually creates their wealth was properly looked after, and they don't get out of prison until everyone has a proper standard of living, because fuck them. The idea that these people amass wealth on the backs of thousands, if not millions of people is fucking sick. Justin, sibling is a great non-binary term. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a fun and brethren and sistren. I like. Sibling is just, that's why I think comrade. That's where I think the Russians were a fucking nail on the head for all their shortcomings. Just call the non-gender term comrade is very good. Safra, am I more left than you? I don't know, brother. I don't know how left you are. I think, I have these radical views that everyone should be fed, clothed, and housed because we have the resources to do that. The idea that we don't have the resources to do it is bullshit. Okay, Dr. Abigail is going to provide support for me now. The link is on fire. Strictly say you're a democratic socialist. I mean, I do, as naive as it might sound, believe in democracy. I'm not a statist. I don't believe in autocratic control. So maybe that makes me a democratic socialist. I don't know. Radical loony left. I'm super happy with being the loony left. Just looking at my freezer martini. There's all this particulate matter floating in it, and I don't know what it is. It's probably from the vermouth. I filter it occasionally because I look at it and go, what is that? I want to filter that out. I run it through a coffee filter. You probably can't see it. Probably just looks opaque. I can see all this floating particulate matter, which I'm assuming is from the vermouth. Safa, my very unscientific view is the majority of Australians are essentially soft left, like everyone should get a fair go. The right tends to hijack that and say, like, yeah, we're going to give everyone a free go, and they're fucking not. But when you look at how, like, the Liberal Party has never won a majority government, they had to pair up with the Conservative country cousins in a coalition, whereas Labor has multiple times won a majority in their own right, which suggests that the majority of Australians are at least soft left, and they get swayed occasionally or regularly. They get swayed regularly by political rhetoric to vote for the right. And just as I have trouble with words, Dr. Abigail's here to help me. Yay!
Yay, because I'm like so good with words all the time.
just some backup, just moral support as well.
Yep. Yep.
It's all good. So, oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, Safa, Dubbo is conservative as fuck.
A lot of country towns are.
Oh, they sure are. What I always come back to, one time I was visiting Dubbo, Christ, I forget when. When did John Howard fuck with fucking Republic referendum? I'm going to look up Australia EPUB. God no, what fuck? Republic referendum. When was that? Because this is when it was 99. Okay, so I was actually living in Melbourne at that point. I'd gone back to Dubbo for Christmas, but I was by myself. Okay, here is the ninja. Again, he does this. He hasn't piped up in chat, but he goes, "Oh, there's a link to come on." The smiling assassin comes on. I love it. I love it. Yeah. No, I love it. He's just there by stealth. He's just like, "Yep, I'm hanging out." And there's the link. I'm joining in. Love it, mate. Love it.
I saw that.
Yeah. So again, I was telling this story. I was in Dubbo at about the time the Republic referendum was coming up, and I was just getting petrol to leave town and head back to Melbourne, and a really fucking typical Dubbo weirdo was there, and he's having a rant to the guy behind the counter, and I was just not engaging. I was pretending he wasn't there, no matter how loud he was, and he's just going like, "Oh, you know why they want a republic? What happens to Crown land if the Crown isn't involved?" And I thought I wanted to say we could call it public land, we could call it state land, we could call it federal. And but I'm not engaging. You're saying it to him. I'm not getting involved. And again, the guy behind the counter doesn't give a shit and kind of shrugs and he goes, "Native title. They're going to take it away and give it to the blackfellas." And I'm just going, "Oh God, please take my money for the petrol before my brain explodes." So that's Dubbo. People, and that guy, if he's not already dead from alcohol abuse, because this was over 20 years ago, and he was not looking good then. So there's a 50-50 chance he's dead from alcohol abuse now. But if he's not, he's on Facebook and he's in QAnon message boards, and he's into all that weird shit. So
that'll be a yikes from me.
Pat. I love your Banzai t-shirt, by the way.
Oh, that? Yeah,
that's a nice shirt.
My sister bought this.
Yeah, well, your sister's got good taste. That's a nice shirt.
Yeah.
I like it.
And my dad's sad on Sunday.
Why is your dad sad?
My dad's sister died.
Well, that happens, buddy. Once you get old, everyone. I don't want to be a huge downer. When you're old,
sick.
Everyone you know dies. So I'm old enough that I keep seeing people younger than me dying, and it's really off-putting. And hello, Kirsten. By the way.
Also, Jake is here for all the anatophobes out there. You are being watched by a duck.
Oh, yes. I see. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I feel like Gary Larson made that up for Farside, and it got made the official term.
Gary Larson made up a few scientific terms, like
Scientists
the Thanginator.
Loved him.
Yes, the Thanginator is an
the Thagomizer. Yeah,
the Thagomizer, is it? Okay.
Yeah, for those who don't know it, there is a dinosaur, and I forget which one it is, but it has this thing on its tail with spikes on it. And he had this cartoon where it's like a caveman giving a presentation to other cavemen, and there's a picture of this dinosaur with the spikes on its tail, and pointing goes, "This part of the dinosaur is called the Thagomizer, named after the late Thag Simmons." Paleontologists adopted that as the official name.
That's really
so
weird.
Funny.
I remember there was a bunch of stuff he did that scientists loved. There was one where there's two amoebas, and there are visual signifiers. They're like husband and wife, because they're like 50s sitcom husband and wife. One of them's wearing like cat's eye glasses and has like a hair in a bun, and the other one's wearing a hat, like a fedora. So they're like a 50s sitcom husband and wife, but they're amoebas.
Yep.
And the wife amoeba is berating the husband amoeba, saying, stimulus response. stimulus response. That's all you ever do. Why don't you ever think?
Oh, man.
And because that's all it needs. And so scientists love that line. It's just
Oh,
like,
that's so good.
he was
Yeah,
so
that's kind of
funny.
weird.
And again, yes, he was very weird, Pat. It was definitely very weird. Justin,
Oh, that's so funny.
you feel old with a 15-year. If I was going to pay attention to a high school reunion, I think it would be no. I was going to flatter myself and say it would be a 30-year high school reunion. It would. Oh Jesus H titty fucking Christ. Okay, it's a few years away, but I'm not that far off a 40-year high school reunion. So, you know,
Yike.
it's yikes. Ooh,
Oh God, I'm due for this year is my 30-year high school reunion. The end of this year.
Ah.
Mm.
Mm,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've passed 35, but
Yeah,
a
fuck
couple of
that.
years and it would be a 40th.
Rachel's birthday is very soon.
Sorry, what's Rachel doing?
Rachel's birthday? Very
Oh, it's
soon?
her birthday. Make
Soon,
sure to
very
send a
soon.
happy birthday from me to Rachel.
There you go.
Thank you.
I'll go Rachel's birthday party. So, but
Okay.
Rachel's 40 dance very soon.
Okay, cool. 40th birthday party. Nice.
Yep. Oh, great.
Okay, and you had been asking about a YouTube meetup, and someone is trying to set one up for the 1st of April, which is a Saturday.
Ah!
So that's on the Facebook thing, the YouTube Facebook thing that I'm sure you're part of. But
Oh, no, look at that. Okay.
you need to have a look. Someone's trying to set up a thing for a 1st of April.
Oh, look now.
All right. Mm.
that,
Oh, yeah.
that day, my worker, you're away.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to get some water. I've got these slices of apple that I'd forgotten about. So this syrup is made by slicing up apple, then covering it with brown sugar, and over a period of about a day, the brown sugar leaches all the moisture out of the apples and liquefies and turns into a syrup. And then to make it really tasty, in a saucepan, I toasted some cooking spices like cinnamon and nutmeg and star anise and cloves to get all that flavors happening. Then added the apple and the syrup and a bit of water and stewed that for a while, and then strained out the syrup. So I've got this syrup for cocktails, but I also kept the apple slices because the apple absorbs the sugar and the cooking spices, and it's super fucking yummy. And yes, Strictly Sega, Pat's pretending he's just looking through Facebook, but we all know he's on he's on hitman.com.
I don't know, I'm on Facebook.
Yeah, it's just Facebook. It's just Facebook. You are not
Facebook.
Yeah, you are not number 47. I think actually,
No.
you know what Pat reminds me of? There was a comic that was around in the 90s called Accident Man, where there was a hitman and the specialty was making every one of his hits look like an accident. And I think that's how Pat stays above the law. It's just like, who knows why that guy fell in front of a train at a critical moment? I don't know. It's the whole thing. All right, I'm gonna drink some water, I think, while I eat this apple. I'm sitting here being, I was gonna say super responsible. I don't think I've been super responsible because I think I'm up to 4 cocktails for the evening. So that's not super responsible. I think it's mildly responsible, as opposed to those nights when I had about 10 by this time and then forgot who was what and, staggered out, or even the times when I didn't stagger out, but it was just blank and I'd wake up in the morning and go, oh, I wonder what happened on the live stream last night, because I don't remember anything.
I blame all that on COVID. Is all I'm saying.
So you mean Thursday?
Yeah.
No, I just blame the various binges. I just blame that on COVID because COVID was awful, and
COVID was awful. I mean, it was awesome, but it was also awful.
Yeah.
Like, if you catch my drift.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Because there's element like working from home fucking kicks ass.
Telehealth. How awesome
Yeah.
was telehealth?
yeah, and just major events that were done online, so you could join in Q&As and stuff because the event was online.
Yep.
And yeah, we started doing the onnomi, which trust the Japanese to come up with a term for it in the very early days of COVID. They
they coined a term for what we're doing.
Yep, onnomi, online drinking. It's when you were
nice.
all isolated and you would just catch up with your friends online. And
love the Japanese.
Yeah. Either the Japanese or the Germans are going to come up with.
You can't tell my great uncle that because they
because they're a digger.
Sorry, my great uncle was a POW in World War II.
Again, sometimes people forget the horrors of the Japanese Imperial Army, which was really terrible. They were all war criminals. They were terrible.
Yes.
I saw this great. It was probably the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, so it was a while ago. But there was this great interview with an old digger who'd been in Changi and so had seen the absolute worst of the worst. And he was just saying to the interviewer, he goes, "You know what gives me hope when I see young people today and they're friends with Japanese people and they're friends with German people, and it gives me hope. That's why we fought the war, so younger people could heal the pains." And the interviewer says, "Oh, so, are you friendly with Japanese people?" And he just went, "I cannot be in a room with a Japanese person. I just can't."
Yeah, that's
this
fair.
This was a guy who was tortured for years by psychopathic Imperial Japanese army. But I love the way he said, young people need to get past it. Me personally, I will lose my shit if I'm in a constrained space with a Japanese person.
Well, I mean, that is a completely understandable mindset to have.
Yeah.
Like losing your shit about it. But good for him for having the sense of mind to be so open-minded about it. Like that's why he fought for peace in our time, That's that is why my grandmother used to always tell me that's why like her husband and his brother fought for my freedoms, like from the freedom for me to live my life the way I want to. And it's beautiful.
I thought this guy was incredible because you just watch him just saying, it's just beautiful to see young people who form friendship bonds across countries. And he was so positive about it. So the interviewer just went, "Oh, so you're friendly with Japanese people?" And went, "I can't be in the same room as a Japanese person. I just can't."
Yeah.
And that's trauma. That is fucking trauma right there. And yes, Justin, the right wing in Japan revere fucking war criminals. You think the right wing in America is bad? The right wing in Japan is fucking nightmarish. They are terrible. Justin, oh my God. Okay, here's the thing. I rarely say positive things about Friendly Geordies, even though there's a really significant crossover in our politics. He does lots of dodgy shit. Like he derides the concept of intersectional politics. I think he does some very negative things around race, gender, and sexuality. but he just released a video where he's highlighting war criminals in the Australian.
Yes.
That takes balls. That takes fucking balls. He's just putting himself out there to say, do you realize how bad these people are? And again, not the armed forces as a general amorphous blob, but the war criminals within the armed forces. Yeah, it's just like I did actually watch the video, and I was like, okay, that takes balls, because these are people who have guns and openly talk about killing people for fun. And holy shit. So yeah, I'm by no means a champion of friendly Geordies.
And he just got his house firebombed.
He got his house firebombed
on the back of that. On the back of that. Like fucking hell.
This was that I was just like, oh, okay. Jesus, this is pretty intense.
Yeah.
So kudos to him for that. It's kind of like when he doesn't quite equate us. There's that again, because we were talking about the Onion earlier. There was that classic Onion article from ages ago of worst person you know just made a great point. If you know it, they used a stock photo. It was just a guy and he's just looking. So if you know the thing, whenever someone who you think is a piece of shit, and I actually don't think Friendly Geordies is a piece of shit. I think there's I've always catalogued what I think is questionable about his attitude. But it's like when someone who is really awful makes a point that's valid, you just reply with this picture. You don't even do the headline of worst person you know just made a great point. You just do the picture of the guy, and people who know what it means.
Yep. That's too funny.
Strictly Tater, why Friendly Geordies get so much hate? If you mean from the left, it's because he says a bunch of misogynist and racist things, basically. That's the simple answer. And hey, Shannon, by the way, how you doing?
Hey,
Grasshopper, how you doing?
Hi, man? Grasshopper. Your wife says hello.
Your wife says hello. Oh, by the way, yeah, Shannon, if you want to join, let me know, and I'll put the link on Facebook. Strictly Sega, yes, Friendly Geordies has said a shit ton of misogynist and racist shit. Oh, yes, Shannon does want the linky link. And yes, there is absolutely a chance of that. I will. It just takes me a couple of steps to do that. And check that out. Check that out. I did it.
What?
No, basically, Strictly Sega, Friendly Geordies, the most positive thing you could say in where he's transgressed in things of gender and race is he's incredibly derisive of the idea of intersectional politics. It's like he doesn't understand why marginalized groups don't trust lefties, and it's because they've been betrayed by lefties so often. And here's Grasshopper.
G'day. How are we all?
How you doing?
Howdy.
Not too badly.
Hello.
There is a human behind you. Look out.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there is. There is. That is.
You have an infestation.
That is Chris behind me. And he is currently playing a game or watching a video or something like that. But I finally get into the stream, and my brother sends me a message saying, hey, can I borrow you for a quick second? So I will be right back.
Lol.
Typical. All right. All right. Yeah, so well, ninja shirt, and he disappeared like a ninja as well. But he'll be back. Yes. So, Strict Sager, in terms of Friendly Geordies being racist or misogynist, I won't actually use those terms at him. I'll just say he has repeatedly been incredibly dismissive of the concerns of people from a feminist and race perspective. He doesn't believe that's important. He just, like, you know, he's so wedded to the Labour Party. He's just like Labour, 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 and he doesn't understand people who don't trust Labour and don't trust lefties, because marginalised groups of all stripes have been fucked over repeatedly by the left. It's like, yes, vote for us, vote for Labour, because you don't want to vote for the Liberal Party, do you? And I go, no, I don't really want to vote for the Liberal Party. And then they just get fucked over. And it's like, okay, so Labour, you're never getting elected to power unless we vote for you. But when we vote for you, you fuck us over. And it's like he doesn't get that. And he has been actively derisive of the concept of intersectional politics. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand why you should view things from a feminist perspective. He doesn't understand why you should view things from a queer perspective. And he doesn't understand why you should view things from a non-white perspective. Or that's the impression that I get, because he's very derisive of people who insist you should view things from that perspective.
He also I mean, ignoring the fact that he is cis white hetero male, which is obvious. He also he's a male model, so he's quite attractive. Never had to he's high up on the privilege scale. And he's young and doesn't get it. He's so far inside a privilege bubble that he just does he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the privilege that he holds. How could he? He's too young.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there, he's gorgeous. That jawline. I mean, my God.
Have you seen some of his modeling shots?
I have actually seen his modeling shots. He's fucking gorgeous. Let's get real. Hotness right there.
Who's gorgeous?
Sorry,
who are we talking
Grasshopper,
about?
you've just come back in time. I'm thirsting after.
He was talking about you, Grasshopper.
Yeah.
Oh man, just got home from dropping some friends back off at the hotel that they're staying at. So now I'm home and my toes are having a flare up with the rheumatoid arthritis. Always fun.
Oh, god damn. That's not good. No.
So decided to park my ass in front of the computer for the time being because walking hurts.
That is less than ideal.
Yeah, it's not what I would class as a good time myself.
Have you tried not doing that?
Look, I thought about it. But then I thought, I wouldn't be a very good Shannon if I wasn't a pain in the ass.
I see. Yep.
It's a hard job
thing. The suggestion was, have you considered not having rheumatoid arthritis?
Yeah.
Look, I tried it, but I didn't like it. Parrot Head closed New South Wales Parliament 5 days before the election started. You're trying to tell me that Parrot Head's bad. That's not news, I'm afraid, buddy.
I was about to say, a shock about Parrot Head being bad. Yeah. Oh god, they're running scared. Like any proper criminal investigation into the New South Wales LNP would just blow them out of the water.
At the moment, I am loving what's happening with the faux news over in fucking America with Fucker Carlson and all of those idiots. Because for anybody that's watching this that's not in the know, them reporting on the bullshit that was Trump apparently having the election stolen from him and all of this, part of the people that they tried to blame for this was a company called Dominion that offers that gives out voting machines and all of that sort of stuff, and they're trying to say that Dominion like either knowingly give faulty voting machines or knowingly fucked with the results of the voting machines. So Dominion, it's basically taking them to court for libel, slander. And part of that legal process now is getting all of this documentation from Phone News in regards to everything that they reported. Well, all of those reports are coming in with the SMSs that were sent from Fucker Carlson to other people inside of Fox, all the way up to Big Daddy fucking Rupert himself. And all of them were like, yeah, no, this is all bullshit. Trump did not have the fucking election stolen from him. These people are full of shit. They're crazy people. But people aren't watching us because we're not saying that it is a stolen election. So we need to start knowingly lying to people. Those are like, it is crystal fucking clear that these idiots are deliberately lying to everyone, and I'm just like, oh, just keep on bringing it in, because this is something that all of us have been screaming forever, but now here's the fucking rock solid proof, you know?
Yeah. Have you seen the footage of there's this young woman who was actually on the grand jury, and she's come out to actually speak publicly, which is actually quite rare, but they've asked her if the grand jury recommended that Trump be indicted, and she's not allowed to say because the grand jury hasn't released that they haven't released the findings. And if, for those who don't know, a grand jury is used to determine if charges should be pressed. So it's not to convict someone; it's to figure out if
it should go to trial.
If it should go to trial.
Yeah.
And so she was asked on camera if the grand jury has determined if Trump should be indicted, and she was like, we're not allowed to say. And then she had the biggest shit-eating grin on her face. It was glorious. It was like her body language was just perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, usually
wink.
Usually a grand jury is secret until it's been excused. Yeah. And the grand jury is then like they're not allowed to divulge what happened. But they're allowed to talk afterwards, like as long as they don't break that confidentiality until the finding of the grand jury has been made public.
That's
so
right,
she wasn't allowed to answer the question, and she didn't. She didn't break any laws, but you know, you can't hide your body language. So she didn't technically break any laws, but my God, it was a perfect moment.
World's worst poker face at the best possible time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, a grand jury is meant to say, we think there's a reasonable chance of a conviction. Because if there's not, it's a waste of time to bring it to trial. If we don't think there's a reasonable chance of conviction, don't bring it to trial. So her body language is like, oh my God, the shit that was presented to us. Holy crap. I mean, my God.
And believe it or not, the concept of a grand jury comes from medieval England. Like it dates all the way back then, because often judges, you'd have what are called circuit judges, who would they'd do a circuit of England and dispense law to all these shires and towns that don't have a regular magistrate or judge, and then come back to England or the large town, York or whatever, and read up on new laws. But any crime that's committed that's like a capital offense or major offense, they'd bring with them, and then a grand jury would be convened to determine if there was enough evidence to convict them, because like there wasn't the same level of evidence gathering that we have nowadays. Back then. But also turns out
the ability of forensics and stuff like that as well.
Yes. turns out they're still super handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a less formal version in as much as the police won't bring charges to someone that they don't think they'll get a conviction. And then the next step, the prosecutors won't take it to trial unless they think they're likely to get a conviction. And I always bring that up with the Pell trial. I say to people like, okay, I am not going to contravene anything that happened in the rich people's Supreme Court here. But if you talk to anybody who works in the field of these sorts of crimes and you say, as an abstract, there is a person who holds an incredibly powerful role in one of the most powerful institutions in the country. This institution is known for a fact to be rife with abuse problems. This specific individual was known to have lived with and actively defended the worst convicted offender in this institution. This individual has been dogged by allegations for decades. When certain witnesses came forward against this person, who's one of the most powerful people in the world in this institution, the police believed the evidence was strong enough to get a conviction. The prosecutors believed the evidence was strong enough to get a conviction. A jury believed, yes, a conviction. An appeals court believed, yes, a conviction. Given all of that and your knowledge of how these offenders work, what are the chances this person is not guilty? And anyone who knows anything about that is going, zero. There is zero chance this person is not guilty. When you collate all those facts, and rich people's Supreme Court got him off because they went, oh, we just don't think so. And it's like, but everything leading up to that, you talk to anyone who knows that and just goes, when all these individual things are facts, what are the chances this person's innocent? Anyone who knows that field is going to go, zero. There is 0% chance that person's innocent.
When people start talking about this, it always brings me back to that poor guy that was on Q&A, and I forget who it was that he asked a question about like income inequality to one of the bloody politicians on Q&A.
Yes.
Then the next thing you know, the Murdoch fucking rags decided to drag this poor bastard through the court of public opinion by reporting the worst things and the worst mistakes that the guy's ever made in his fucking life.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't listen to him because he used to be a bad guy. And it's like, it doesn't mean that his question wasn't fucking valid, you assholes. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Pell. Him getting released is not a fucking indication of the asshole's innocence. It was an indication that people were being like, but it's done. Like, we don't think so because we like George.
Yeah.
It was nothing to do with, here is this evidence that clearly shows that he didn't fucking do it.
I was always interested in why Andrew Bolt was so extreme in his defense of convicted sex offenders. It was just like, what's that about?
Oh my god, he's still doing it. He's still doing it.
He still does it.
I don't watch his shit, but every now and then I'll see a YouTube clip.
Yeah, it gets repeated in other media.
My
god.
I
don't know what the fuck is up with Google's goddamn fucking algorithm where YouTube is concerned, but like I'm one of these people that sit there and I scroll through TikTok every now and again because it's a bit of fun. And TikTok very early on in the fucking piece rapidly realized the things that I do and don't enjoy. And it shows me a bunch of videos of people playing music and people dancing. These are the sorts of videos that I like. But I also subscribe to a few people that did. There was a guy on TikTok who has turned into complete wanker now, but back in the day was really good with what he did, called Modern Warrior. And he's the one that coined the term of hey colonizer. And all of these white people lost their fucking minds. So TikTok very rapidly figured out what the things that I do and don't like. So it's been showing me things that I do and don't like. It's fine. I've been on YouTube for fucking decades, for like almost a decade, I should say, before TikTok ever fucking became a thing. And in the shorts thing, it is still constantly trying to show me fucking videos of that moron Andrew Tate, fucking Andrew Bolt, Miranda Devine, fucking Alex Jones, and fucking Joe Rogan, and all of this. And it doesn't matter how often you click on this thing of, don't recommend this channel to me or anything like that. It still keeps on trying to fucking pump it through to me every fucking day. And I'm like, oh, for the sake of fuck, your algorithms are beyond broken. They really are fucking beyond broken. It's like Facebook algorithms. I love it. Their advertising algorithms are so confused by me that they are trying to send me things of, hey, these people will build your computer for you if you hand them the parts and pay them a certain amount of money. It's like, guess what? Oh, the other one as well. Facebook can't not know that I'm not married. It's in my fucking bio that I'm married, and it's giving me adverts for mail order brides and shit like this as well. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
I haven't had them for a while, but I have had them. Yes. Yeah.
Oh man, it's funny as hell to me.
Oh, there's this dude in my building. I call him creepy Polish dude number 1 because there is more than one creepy Polish dude in my building who actually got a mail order bride, and I feel so sorry for her. She doesn't speak a word of English.
You always feel like turning around to him going, if you need help, blink twice.
But she doesn't understand a word. She's Chinese, I think, or Vietnamese or something like that. And he is so gross. And
no, it's always that fucking way though. The amount of mail order brides that I've seen come in for these people, it's always some older creepy douchebag that doesn't want any form of independence to exist in their partner. They absolutely need to have the wife bring the slippers to the front door when they come home from a hard day's work, even if they don't fucking work. All of their meals cooked, all of their cleaning done, all of their clothes washed, all of the housework done. Like, they're not after a fucking partner, they're after a servant. That's all they're after.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think in his specific case, he was genuinely lonely and wanted a companion, but 10 out of 10, he wanted someone to cook his food for him, like, and clean up his apartment. And he was also like you, like, Grasshopper, you haven't seen my apartment, but it's like concrete. It's all concrete. But I was seriously, like, I've seen inside his apartment, and I was worried the floor would collapse because he was a hoarder. He was like full on, like, piles of newspaper to the ceiling hoarder.
Oh,
and,
right.
Like, he asked me to help clean his bathroom out, and like, I agreed because he'd been in a car accident and he couldn't walk. Like, he was on a cane and his foot was broken, and his bathroom was just disgusting, and I had to have a shower after I'd cleaned his bathroom.
Yeah. Many moons ago, a guy that I used to be friends with, nobody that I know has anything to do with this guy anymore for many reasons, but many moons ago, he was living in his own place. He'd been there for a few years. Wherever it was that he was living, it got sold out from underneath him, so he needed to move. And I had never been to his house previous to this. He'd always come over to my place or whatever. But he kind of put out the call to arms, hey, I kind of need help getting this stuff packed up and moved, and blah, can people please give me a hand? Said, yeah, sure, no worries. Drove over to his place, and before I had left home, there was a bit of a tingling of, hey, your bladder's kind of full, you might want to take care of that. By the time I got to his place, the fire alarm bells were going off in my head going, get to a bathroom and relieve your bladder now. So as soon as I walked in his front door, I'm like, please, where the hell is the bathroom? Oh, that way. When I walked in there, the only thing that ran through my head was that scene in fucking Train Spotting, the worst toilet in Scotland.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
That was his bathroom.
Oh no!
That was his bathroom. It was vile. In my life, I have never seen something so fucking disgusting again. I could not believe that this man, and he was in his late 20s at this point too. So we're not talking about a teenager that was just being kind of free with everything. We're talking about somebody that was supposed to be fucking know better. And he was still freely using this bathroom, and the shower was part of it as well. And like the bathtub was no longer white. It was different shades of gray, black, and green. It was disgusting. Now I can be pretty messy, like clothes on the floor, stuff like that, but I'm not
That's
dirty.
next level.
I've never been dirty. That was beyond dirty. That was fucking downright filthy. And when it came time to move and all of that sort of stuff, I turned around to him and I said, okay, this isn't going to be polite, and I don't care that it's not polite. Nobody else walks in that bathroom to take a single fucking thing out of there except for you. Because that is beyond fucking disgusting. Oh, and by the way, the security deposit that you got for this place, don't even think that you're going to get a cent of that. No fucking way. Because they're either going to have to replace everything in that fucking bathroom or hire like forensic fucking cleaners to come in and clean this. That is fucked. Just so beyond fucked. And he was mortified that I fucking grilled him on it. But I'm like, no, you're a grown fucking man. No way. I don't give a damn if you're a grown man or a grown woman. I see your bathroom like that, I'm gonna call you out on that shit. That's fucked.
Yeah.
Fucking politeness attack be damned. There's no excuse. There's no fucking excuse.
Sorry, I just want to share something because we're talking about like how fucked the algorithms are. I thought I just want to open Facebook and see what weird shit comes up, and I was rewarded with something nice, and I just want to share that I think this will appeal. Where is it? Albert Einstein's a real person. I thought he was a theoretical physicist.
Oh
my god!
Oh, that's so good. That's so good because it's both science and language geekery in the same thing.
Oh man, I would put that in a small frame and put that up above my computer or something. I love that. That's cute as hell.
That's just amazing. Thank you. I don't remember the last time I saw an ad on Facebook. Not just because I don't use Facebook anymore, but like there are two plugins I use. There's one called Facebook Purity, which just cleans up the Facebook interface. And it's really customizable. You can like take out whatever you want. And of course, an ad blocker. And between them, I just don't see ads on Facebook at all. And the ads that like do slip through are those slimy kind of scammy ads that trick you into like clickbaity kind of faux news ads that are that like trick you, con you into clicking on them.
The ones that always get me
reinforce my belief that I should just never go on Facebook ever again.
The ones on Facebook that always get
I can't stand Facebook. I just can't stand it anymore.
I remember a friend of mine posted something on Facebook, and they were clearly in the driver's seat of a car. Now, I'm reasonably certain that the car was parked on the side of the road, but I just made an offhanded comment, something along the lines of, if you're driving and Facebooking at the same time, I'm going to kick your butt. I got banned for 7 days for violent speech and stuff like that for that, right?
And
which is just stupid. It's the auto algorithms. But yet, all of the fucking advertising that I am seeing on Facebook is all scams. All of them are fucking scams.
Yep.
The one at the time that always got me was the picture of some celebrity. Chris Pratt was one that they used a lot. And it was, they didn't realize that the microphone was still on, and now the banks are furious with them and shit like this.
Yep.
Those really fake ads, yes.
Yeah. Complete fucking scams, Suffer asks how you feel about Twitter, Abigail.
I don't care. I'm enjoying watching Elon Musk's downfall live tweeted by
that guy
the man
sucks so
himself.
much.
I don't like the fact that on Facebook, like you can like say to someone if you're like if you're posting this on Facebook while driving, I'm going to kick your ass, and it's a joke, that gets you a soft ban or something.
Yeah.
Or if you call someone out for being like racist, sexist, homophobe, you get a soft ban because you like didn't go, like it violates the community standards. And yet like the people who actually are like racist, sexist, homophobes do not, like they get to stay there and spout their racist, homophobic, sexist hate mongering.
The easiest way to get around the Facebook algorithms was to not type that in as a post. It was to open up like Photoshop or something like that and like make it a picture with words inside of the picture, and then post that picture with that with the homophobic or the racist or whatever in that picture. And Facebook pretty much ignored them for the longest of times. Their algorithm's gotten slightly better since, but that is still the most common way that they get away with it.
Well, I don't understand how, like, literally, like Clementine Ford, for example, she gets literal rape threats all the time, and Facebook does nothing about it. She lifts a finger to try and point it out, and
if she actually posts the threats, if she
posts the threats, she gets shadow banned or like a community standards violation. Like,
it's ridiculous.
What even is Facebook? That's why I left Facebook. I mean, that's one of the reasons I left Facebook. It's bullshit.
I leave my Facebook active because it is still the best way that I get invited out to. Hang on just 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All my friends now know I'm not on Facebook, so they don't even bother. And it's the best decision I ever made.
No, so I leave it active like for this as well, because for whatever reason YouTube decided that Aussie and I can't communicate with each other over fucking YouTube,
which we still haven't been able to work out.
So weird.
What the fuck that is.
So I leave my Facebook active for that, and there's a couple of friends that live overseas. The easiest way to keep in contact with them is with Facebook Messenger, stuff like that. So I still use it for like specific use cases. But if I didn't have them, and if I didn't have this, I wouldn't even fucking bother with it. And I think that's the way that a lot of people are going where Facebook is concerned as well. That like it was the social networking site back in the day, without a doubt. Like it drove MySpace and all of that into fucking obscurity. But Zuckerberg decided to Zuckerberg everything. Yeah. Zuckerberg decided to Zuckerberg everything. I remember like way back in the day when Facebook was first a thing, you would hop on and the posts that you saw from your friends and the things that you subscribed to were in chronological order. There might be an ad in between them or something like that, but it was in chronological order. And all of the comments were real time, all of that sort of stuff. It was easy to navigate. It worked. It was fine. And then they decided, no, we're going to fuck with the algorithm with the way that these things come to you. So I will see a post from somebody from 13 minutes ago, and the next post is from like fucking 4 days ago, and the next post is from 8 weeks ago, and the next one's like happening right now. It's like, the fuck, Facebook?
You can change that, but it like how long it sticks. You shouldn't have to. That's what I'm saying. I remember when before infinite scroll, and when your homepage, your Facebook page was a static page, and like all that, like the golden age of Facebook.
Back when it
was awesome.
It's weird. You know what I think was true? Therapy. I found another therapy thing. Another slideshow from The Onion. I think you'll be on board when I show you what it is. Let me do the share screen thing. Saddest requests Elon Musk has made at Twitter since taking over.
Okay.
All right. So,
okay.
Make his personal tweets one font size larger. In an effort to stand out, Elon demanded engineers make his own tweets larger.
Okay.
That's a weird.
So this is the Onion. So are these true or are these?
No, none of them are true.
Okay.
But they are evocative of things he's actually done.
Yeah. No, the Onion have always played that line really, really, really well.
A new even
cringier emoji.
Feeling as if tears of laughter face that he includes in many of his tweets is overdone, the CEO has requested a new slate of fresh, even more out of touch emoticons. Lay off all Twitter employees until there's 69 people left.
But he requested to make sure
reflect the sex position he's never done before. Unlock the sex bots who blocked him. After sexually harassing the sex bots, Elon had to make the embarrassing request for software engineers to get the sex bots to unblock him.
Wow.
Mandated 60-second all-staff laughter at 4:20. Stating it was great for workplace culture, Elon demanded every employee shriek and laugh like schoolgirls. When he pointed out it was 4:20. Jesus Christ. This is too close to the bone.
Yeah.
Ask the CFO to pay for premium personal meme design. Oh,
please. No, go back down there. Go back down.
All right, it says they were disturbed to hear Elon had dropped to his knees and begged for a CFO to release $240 a year. He'd need to continue making his hilarious meme. He's obsessed with people thinking he makes funny memes. Have all workers pay a $20 monthly employment fee. Partially offset a $10 friendship fee.
Please start charging Elon.
Oh God.
Oh man, that's funny as hell.
Hiring a Lorne Michaels impersonator to tell him he got a job at Saturday Night Live. His in-house Lorne Michaels impersonator tells him at least once a day he's never read a packet as good as his. Oh God. Daily meetings where management files past his exposed genitals and comments on how normal they are.
The picture that they chose for that is fucking amazing.
It's a great picture. The practitioner quickly leaning down at the CEO's open pants, looking up and exclaiming, "So normal." He's expected to become mandatory.
I swear to God, Angry, if I ever see you without your pants on, I'm going to point at your penis and go, "So normal."
So normal. So normal. Pretend to be Elon's girlfriend at his high school reunion. All 1,300 employees declined.
So as not to send him the wrong message.
Jesus. Ask everyone to call him the Wolf.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He thought the moniker sounded tough. Jesus Christ. These sound so believable. Daily birthday parties at Twitter HQ. Elon's the best boy in the world. Every day at 3 p.m. Oh, Jesus. Stop posting animal pictures that look like Grimes.
That's Amanda Grimes.
Ninja, stop crying.
Oh, man.
Photo that got him right. Oh, Jesus. Sending tweet printouts to people not on Twitter. To ensure a truly global audience, billions of people worldwide receive paper copies of his jokes, political opinions, and hilarious memes. Oh, Jesus. Employees must let him win at cornhole. Additionally, anyone on the office roof deck at the time must ooh and ah each time he tosses a beanbag. Jesus.
That's a
Every employee must bring something from home that would be funny for Elon to pose with in a new profile pic. What if Elon had a purse in a profile picture? It would be crazy. Oh, God. Make Twitter profitable. An experienced CEO like Musk should know that businesses aren't for making money, they're for evading taxes. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That was brilliant. That last one fucking nailed it. That last one absolutely fucking nailed it.
There with.
I'm dead now.
I look at my Facebook. I saw the YouTube specials, and that day I go see my friends.
You're going to go see friends on Facebook?
Yeah. No.
All right. It's on April 1st.
Listening.
We'll see. Yeah.
That day, because I know two tickets to wrestling.
Okay.
All right. That sounds good. Oh God. And yes, and stuff was putting out quite a while back, but yeah, I got that thing as well. Twitter's trying to make two-factor authentication a paid thing. You have to pay to have two-factor authentication, and everyone's just gone, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
And the worst part is, every other company that uses two-factor authentication has actually turned around and gone, "That's a great idea." That's the scary part.
It's just a nightmare.
Oh, somebody who is currently watching the stream who just sent me a message, but they're on the they're not on the YouTube stream, they're on the Facebook stream, asking me why I no longer have the beard. So just to clarify that, my brother was in the hospital again, and going in to see my brother every day at the hospital required me to wear a mask. When I've got the big bushy beard and the moustache going on, put on the mask and the moustache gets pushed up into the fucking teeth, and the hair goes all around this way and that way and every other bloody way. And you sit there in the room with your brother for a couple of hours talking to him and all of that with the mask on, and it has a tendency to push all of your beard hair in all of these different fucking weird and wonderful fucking fashions. And it doesn't go back to normal after you take off the mask. So you're driving home looking like this disheveled monster. And it's bloody uncomfortable. So I get rid of the beard when I've got to go into the hospital on a consistent basis, because the mask just stays where it's supposed to, and it's much more comfortable.
Also, beards suck, and that's the truth. I don't like beards.
But now my brother has come home, thankfully. But oh shit, I haven't filled you guys in where that's concerned. So I've told you guys that my brother was diagnosed with myelofibrosis.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't remember what that is.
Okay, so myelofibrosis is a type of leukemia.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's not good.
No, it's not. And he got that diagnosis in July last year. And we've been doing our level best to fight the disease as best we can. And
are you up for cancer jokes yet?
Simon would be. The last time that he went into hospital that he just came home from, they've basically told us that there's nothing more that they can do. That long story short, Simon's liver is in the process of shutting down, and he's not making enough blood anymore. And there's nothing they can do to stop the damage that's occurring. The cancer meds that they've got for myelofibrosis aren't working for Simon because his seems to be very aggressive. And now it's just a case of waiting for Simon to pass away, unfortunately. So we've got him home for the time being. Hopefully he'll be here for a while, but when things get very bad, he'll have to go off to palliative care. But so that's why the no beard. And I think that I won't bother growing it back until the inevitable happens with Simon, because when he goes into palliative care, I'll have to be going in there on a daily basis and all of that sort of stuff. And I just don't want to grow another one and shave it off again and all of that. So, it sucks. It's not good news. Fuck cancer.
Yes.
but like if the rest of the world faced their mortality with half the stoicism that Simon has shown during this battle, we would live in a much less crazy world. I am beyond proud of him where that is concerned.
Good.
Like when the doctors told us that there was literally nothing more that they could do, that Simon was going to die from this disease sometime probably soon. When they left the room, I turned around to my brother and I said, "Can I get you anything? Can I do anything for you?" "Oh man, I've had a real hankering for your tuna mornay. Could you make me a tuna mornay and bring it in tomorrow?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course I could do that. Are you okay?" He's like, "There's nothing anybody could do about it. There's no point crying about it. If there was anything that could be done, we'd be doing it, but there's nothing that we can do, so it is what it is. It sucks, but there's nothing that can be done." And I tell you, I hope that if I ever got a diagnosis like that I could have that same kind of reaction. I really do.
Yeah, well, good.
Live fast and eat tuna mornay.
Yeah, no, I brought him in a tuna mornay the next night, and he was very happy with that. And then he put in a request for curried sausages, which is also one of his other favorites that I make. And tomorrow night we're having hot dogs, which is also one of his favorites. So whatever he wants.
Oh, nice.
And it's handy that he thinks that I'm a good cook. So
yeah, well, that's it's a nice practical thing you can do, which is great.
Well, I mean, I like to think that I'm half decent in the kitchen, but you know, that's very subjective, I'm sure. You know, most people love my cooking, but I'm pretty sure that if I handed it to Gordon Ramsay, he'd be like, "These 2 pieces of bread, you're an idiot sandwich," or some stupid shit like that. You know, don't get me wrong.
He made the person say it, as I remember, when he was upset with them. Put a piece of bread either side of his head. "What are you?" "I'm an idiot sandwich, chef."
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I don't like Gordon Ramsay. He is a fucking bully and an asshole, and I've got no time for him. But that meme, it lives on in for me regardless.
But have you seen the stuff he does with kids? Like, it's a
Don't care.
I know. But the whole thing with the restaurant, it's a persona thing and it's a marketing thing,
and it's still bullying, it's still harassment, and he's still an asshole.
But again, the whole restaurant world is actually chronically fucked.
Which is why I will never work in it.
Yeah,
if it's full of assholes like that.
High-end restaurants are just nightmare abuse factories. It is terrifying.
Yep. No.
I remember seeing some footage of him, of course, going to town on people, and then someone leaving the kitchen, and he goes out to talk to her, and she said that she had an anxiety disorder, and he completely changed his persona and to the most supportive person in the world. Like, it is an act, and he is genuinely nice, but you know, you shouldn't act. The act shouldn't be there. Like, there is.
I put it into the same camp.
Like, I hear what you're saying.
I put it into the same camp as people who are currently buying that Hogwarts Legacy game. Sure, you may not be a TERF. You're supporting a fucking TERF.
Yes. I recently had this debate with someone who I thought was in LA, and he runs a games store that has gone online, and he started streaming that game. And I just I see like the Steam notification coming up all the time that he's playing that game, and I'm just like, I'm done. I don't want to see that pop up anymore. And I tried to explain it to him as best I could, but he just like, "What about all the studio employees?" And I'm like, "No, dude, you don't get a pass on this." And
more than that as
I
well,
made a very coherent point.
Yeah,
and the studio is giving her money, and
that's the argument that I've already made with them. The studio already got paid. The developers and all of that sort of stuff, they've already been paid. Right now, every time that you buy that game, some of it goes to the studio overall, to increase their profit margin. But everybody that worked on it, they've already been paid. So this isn't about supporting them. It might help them out in future projects, sure, but not on this particular project. Second to that, the original designer, the original lead on this fucking game was a known associate of white supremacists.
Yeah, he's basically a Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, he was the guy that they fucking knew that he was like this when they first handed him that contract. So, you're also supporting anti-Semitism to a certain degree. I mean, look, the argument about the goblins being a thing for Jews and all of that sort of stuff, I understand whereabouts that's coming from, but goblins have been portrayed that way in D&D for years before Harry Potter ever got penned
But
into
they're bankers. They're bankers in this. They are hook-nosed bankers, and they are untrustworthy liars.
And in D&D, they're gold hoarding, fucking gem hoarding, hook nose, little shiny thing hoarders.
In the fucking game, the bigger their hook noses, the more evil they are.
Yeah, that's not part of D&D, but yeah. All I'm saying is that the base model of the gnomes or the whatever that they used in Harry Potter were around a long time before that. So there's some argument that you can have there.
But they weren't fucking bankers. They run the banking system, and they're hook noses, and they're untrustworthy, evil, self-absorbed. No, you cannot get away with anything apart from that. Is a gross. It's just one for one with the general slander against Jewish people. There's again, you can say, oh, but goblins are always ugly. They're not fucking bankers. They are not bankers in anything but Rowling's world. They are fucking bankers, and they are evil and untrustworthy and liars. It's just no.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that she's not using or had an anti-Semitic point of view where they were concerned, because she's a piece of shit. So that conclusion is something that I can absolutely get behind. I'm saying that they weren't created for her world. They were around before her world existed.
No, here's the thing.
They weren't bankers before. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Portrayed them like that.
Yeah, no, her portrayal is new. Absolutely.
Here's the worst thing. I think it was unconscious. I think those anti-Semitic tropes were so ingrained in her brain, she didn't do it on purpose. It was accidental. And it's because these tropes were so fucking ingrained in her mind.
Yeah.
It's just
sick. That is the thing. Like, if it was a situation where somebody turned around to her and said, hey, there's a lot of anti-Semitism that can be drawn by your portrayal of goblins in your world, you may want to look at that. If she came out and said, I never thought of that. This wasn't a deliberate thing on my behalf. I never thought of that. Oh my God, I should never have done that. And tried to make changes so that didn't happen in the game or something like that, I'd accept that as a completely unconscious thing. But the thing is, it's been pointed out to her and she's just like, I'm not anti-Semitic. No, I'm not.
Also, to be fair, why did no one in the publishing house go, this really seems to be an anti-Semitic trope? Are we sure we want to go with this? It's like no one in the publishing house went, this seems fucked.
Well, anti-Semitism is so ingrained in our society. It's a cultural thing nowadays that people just don't think about it. I mean, it's an unfortunate reality, but it's like that's what you're trying to when you're trying to explain to fuckwit MRAs and stuff like that what the term rape culture actually means about ingrained sexism, fucking what do you call it, institutionalized sexism and stuff like that. Trying to explain what that actually is and trying to get them to realize that it's a lot of unconscious behaviors that we have towards women in our society is where this term comes from. It's the same fucking thing with this whole thing about anti-Semitism as as well. It's like, yeah, you may be able to say these things and do these things that may be culturally accepted, but there is a real background and a real thing of being anti-Semitic with it. It's like you shouldn't turn around to somebody and say, oh, you know, I bought this car the other day, but the car broke down. I got completely gypped. You've got to realize that that's actually really fucking offensive to the gypsy people.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
you can't say that because, like, it may be something that people say all of the fucking time, but when you realize whereabouts that saying comes from, it is super fucking offensive, and you shouldn't be saying that shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's perpetuating certain ideas. That was one I had to learn because I had casually said that forever.
Me too. 100% guilty. Yep.
Yeah.
And a friend of ours, or friend of a friend of a friend type thing, she's actually Romy, and she told me about that, and I was like, holy shit! She filled me in on so many things that I never knew about the gypsy people and culture, and it's actually really fascinating and really cool. And the way that they've been portrayed in media and stuff like that, especially in America, is when you hear about it from them, it's fucking horrifying. It really is. It's truly fucking horrifying. It scares me, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry. Now I was just randomly, like I said, I've been randomly looking at Facebook. I have to share this now because I think it's really it's not related to anything we've been saying, but it just popped up.
That's fine because I wouldn't mind a change of tone.
Change of tone.
Let's go down the
Titanic. Make room, Rose. Leo, I'm 27, and he just lets go.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
Oh dear.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no. There is okay. I love that joke, but I'm gonna do a hard pivot.
Hard pivot. I love hard pivot.
A fan theory that will forever be my headcanon, whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
That Titanic, the movie, is secretly James Cameron wanted to make a lesbian romance, and Titanic is that.
Okay.
Where does the
and
lesbian
I read
come in?
Jack, Leo. Jack is a woman pretending to be a man because back in those that happened a lot back in those days, and when the movie was made, you would like someone like Leonardo DiCaprio, this like boyish, like Twinkie boy, was not the type of he's not the type of lead actor you would cast in a movie. And so like there's the sex scene was like had very strong lesbian overtones, like in the way it was portrayed. There was there's hints of it everywhere, and I fucking love it. And I got to share this article that I read, and it'll take me a while to find because it was ages ago, but it will forever be my headcanon that it's a lesbian action drama piece.
You know what that reminded me of? One of the last
Good night, Will.
One of the last Discworld novels is called Monstrous Regiment. And you think it's called that because this regiment in the army, there's this big freaky sergeant running it, and there's a vampire and a ghoul, and these various fringe elements of the Discworld are all in this regiment. But what it ends up being is they're all women who have dressed up as men to join the army because and it's often they're protecting family members, or they've joined the army to try and find a brother or a lover who has joined the army and disappeared. And it is inspired by stuff Terry Pratchett discovered. The British Army for centuries had a thing of women dressing up as men and going off to war in the army. And
and it's a great read, basically, like most of the Discworld books.
I love trying to educate people around that character in MASH, the guy that dresses up as a woman trying to
Klinger,
get
Klinger,
trying to
Corporal
get
Klinger.
discharged.
Yes,
Yep.
trying to get
and
Section 8.
yeah, and being like, like this may be portrayed in sort of like this funny kind of eccentric way, but people were trying to get the fuck out of there any way that they could because it was hell. It was absolutely beyond hell.
I found the article and
It's
I
on
posted
Cracked.
it
Okay.
on. It is a Cracked article, but
I like Cracked. I don't mean to say that in any negative way.
Yeah. I mean, do I actually think it's true? No, I don't. But it will forever be my headcanon.
But that's what
and it does make some. It does make some very salient points. So give it a read. It is very interesting.
Yeah.
I just.
But also, I mean.
Oh look! All the lesbian painting, all the lesbian paintings that Rose has in her possession on the ship, like that shit's real. Like that was all hidden in plain sight. All the like the way that the way that Jack is treated by some of the other cast members, like they know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm going to give some of the highlights because I was just skimming it. Dr. I sent me a link. So, topping, Leo was cast for a reason. Young Leo was androgynous, and as they point out, he looks a lot like soft butch queer women.
Oh yeah,
which is a look I'm completely on board with.
Yeah, back then he was definitely like, if it wasn't going to be Les Bieber, it was going to be Les Leo.
Yeah, and
It's
for real.
And then they point out the other male characters all have stubble,
and he's clean shaven.
He never does. Now, notice how he was shot, and they point out romantic leads almost always do shirtless scenes, and Leo's character never does a shirtless scene.
Never, not even in the sex scene.
Never, not even the sex scene. You don't see Leo's chest, and then they say, "Look carefully. There's hints of a more forbidden romance." So
I remember Leo used to be the Ryan Reynolds pass that so many straight guys out there use. They're like, I'm not gay, but if Ryan Reynolds came knocking on my front door, I'd be questioning that. I think a lot of people used to be that way about Leo back in the day.
Oh, I love the reference to him being a soft butch femme, because he absolutely is. 90s Leo is a soft butch femme. And they're quoting these lines of dialogue when he's dressed up. Oh, you could almost pass for a gentleman. You don't want to stay with the women, do you? And it's like, oh, okay, that could mean something else. And then the movie keeps clumsily hinting Rose likes women, and it goes through all the paintings she has of naked women.
There's a whole in the article. There's a whole breakdown of the sex scene about how it's very queer coded. Very like WLW queer coded, that is spot on.
Yeah. So yeah, they're basically highlighting it is actually not difficult to interpret a lot of the stuff in there as queer coding.
Yep.
Interesting. It's
I got to give it that.
That's what Cracked specialized in. Like, hey, have you ever thought about... and also I have a soft spot for Cracked because they were very formative in giving Robert Evans his break as a writer, and he went on to do the Behind the Bastards podcast, which is one of my favorite podcasts. But
a friend of mine loves the Behind the Bastards podcast. They're always raving to me about it. I honestly haven't. I've never listened to any podcasts. I've never been a podcast person.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, no, the Behind the Bastards sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's basically, it clearly started as a bit of fun and it just caught on. He's just going like, yes, we know there are horrible people in history, but there's stuff about them that's really weird that you don't know. And so he's basically just going like, yes, okay, Hitler was awful, but did you know he had a real thing for erotic fanfic?
Yeah, no, I love the it's like the thing that I like pointing out to people. It's like, yeah, no, you can say that Hitler did some good things. Like he had this thing where if you were a smoker, and you were able to demonstrate that you quit smoking, you got a gold Rolex watch as one of Hitler's things for his troops because he understood that smoking was bad for you. He encouraged plant-based diets and all of these sorts of different things because it was healthier. So, yeah, no, some of his ideas weren't entirely bad. It doesn't mean that the guy wasn't a piece of shit. It's just
his whole thing about wanting to fuck underage cousins. I mean, we're all on board with that, right? No, Pat's taking a bold stance in his anti-Hitler fucking his underage cousin thing. Okay.
To be fair, we haven't met any of his cousins, so you know they may be unfuckable.
They could have been 10. They could have all been 10s. We don't know.
But
and they could have just been like 16, 17. You know,
they committed suicide after involvement with that.
Okay, Suffer, where Joan of Arc is concerned, we're talking about a person that said that they heard the voice of God. I am not thinking that they heard the voice of God. I'm thinking schizophrenia, or hearing voices, if that's schizophrenia. Like I'm not.
You know, like actually, because she was so good at war, maybe bipolar in her case.
Possibly.
Yeah, and she was able to use the mania side to her benefit. I always love the Simpsons version of it, where Lisa's Joan of Arc and she's getting the voice of God. And then when she's on trial in England, Willie groundskeeper comes up because he was leading the English forces, and the beam comes down and Willie's going, wait, you were telling me what to do. And God's going, this is embarrassing. I never thought the two of you would be in the same room together. It's just because the English thought they were following God and the French thought they were following God. It's just because God was talking to both of them, but he never thought that they'd sort of talk to each other.
It's like every liar's worst nightmare is when two people get together and compare notes. And I think that if God was real and the English and the French are getting together and comparing notes, I think that God's kind of sitting there going, don't fucking talk to each other. Just stop that.
It's almost as if God isn't real.
Yeah.
Now, how could you say something so scandalous?
So controversial.
Abigail.
Or they all are, like in the Neil Gaiman book, American Gods. And this is in Sandman as well. The act of belief makes, and this is in Discworld as well. The act of belief makes something real. Gods don't create belief. Belief creates gods.
That's similar to what Stargate tried to do in their last two seasons there. The Aurite basically got their power by people basically believing in them.
Aurite.
Yeah. It was. I loved in the TV version of American Gods. There's a garden party at one point, and there are multiple
the Jesuses
there because it's like white people picture a white Jesus, black people picture a black Jesus, Asian people picture. So that all the Jesuses are together at this party because everyone believed in them, so they're all there. And it was just funny seeing half a dozen Jesuses hanging out together, just different ethnicity Jesuses.
Oh man, I'm still waiting for the next season of American Gods to come out. Actually, I really enjoyed it.
Here's what I'm hoping.
I'm still waiting for the next season of Firefly as well.
Yeah, because
Wait, Ranger.
You're not allowed to say that so cavalierly, Abigail.
I got some salt here. I'll just pour it in the wound.
Feels.
Pour it in the wound.
Right in the fucking feels when you say that, Abigail.
But in all seriousness,
I guess you're a leaf in the wind then.
Yeah.
Oh,
too soon.
I am going to poke you in the belly the next time I see you. I will remember this. I don't care if it's years before I see you next. I'm going to walk up and poke you in the belly, and it's going to be about this, Abigail. So you remember this.
No, that's fair.
Okay, I was bringing this up on Twitter the other day. In all seriousness, American Gods, Sandman, quite successful for Netflix. They're doing some more. Amazon are doing another series of Good Omens. Yes. And this is going to be like 4 years after the first season. And yes, American Gods, they haven't made a new season for multiple years. But this is the weird thing with the streaming services, and Amazon in particular. They've ended up going, oh yeah, we're doing another series like Carnival Row. Like, yes, okay, it was 4 years ago that we did the first season, but we just had a whim to do a second season now. And they've actually got several that they've let lie fallow for 3-4 years, and then they just go, oh yeah, let's do another season of that. Why not? So there needed to be at least one more season of American Gods to finish the story. And it might happen. Like I said, if Sandman continues to kick goals, if season 2 of Good Omens kick goals, someone in Amazon might go, Jesus, this Neil Gaiman stuff sells, doesn't it? Maybe we should bring back American Gods.
Well, right now I'm waiting for season 3 of Picard to finish off, and then I'm going to binge it.
I like the first episode. I'm watching them as they come out. But we're about all the shows are coming back. We've got Picard coming back, Carnival Row, watching Last of Us.
Speaking of Star Trek, the lovely Stella just hit me up for a Star Trek question on Discord. So
nice.
I'll just need to answer that.
Yeah.
So
and all right. What's the Star Trek question?
Oh, it's a temporal investigations joke from the episode of DS9 when Cisco went back in time. You know, Trials and Tribulations.
Yep. Kirk. One of my favorite episodes.
Oh, that Tribble one.
Great.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But also we've got Mandalorian's going to start in a week or two. And so, yeah, 2 Pedro Pascal series running at once. So it was on one of the joke sites. Someone's going, scientists suspect that within 50 years, every TV show may be Pedro Pascal leading a magical child on a quest.
I love Pedro Pascal.
He's so good.
The Jimmy Kimmel thing where he gets celebrities to read mean tweets and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
One of the other things that they did there was they got a couple of actors to read out thirst tweets.
Thirst tweets are always fun. Yes.
They had Henry Cavill do it and whatnot, and poor old Henry, you could see him being very uncomfortable, but it was quite.
Because he's quite conservative. He comes across as actually.
Yeah, he is actually. But Pedro Pascal, somebody called him their mustache sugar daddy or something like that. And his response was, I'll be your mustache sugar daddy, darling. No problems at all. I'm like, I love you.
Yeah. Pedro ain't shying away from shit. It's just...
Yep.
And, oh God, I've forgotten the guy's name in Andor. Of everything, I am hanging out for another season of Andor.
I haven't watched the
so
first
much
season
life
of that
into
yet,
Star
believe it or not.
Wars. That's okay. Look, watch it because my slightly controversial take is Rogue One is basically the best Star Wars movie.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I got
controversial hot take.
That's my hot take. Yeah, but what's your favorite?
It's got to be like Revenge of the Sith.
Sorry.
Yeah, the third episode 3. Yeah, absolutely.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about actual episode 3 or the third movie?
No,
because the third movie was episode 6.
No,
Dr. Abigail lives in this very interesting fantasy land where
the
prequels are
not an
good.
embarrassment.
The prequels are amazing, and you are wrong, and you will sit there in your wrongness and just be wrong because the prequels are
happy. I'm happy.
As long as you know you're wrong, that's fine. But just sit there in your happy wrongness and be wrong.
I may be admonished for this, but it's going to be worth it. This is the only time that I've ever felt the need to say this to you, Abigail, but I'm going to say it. Yes, dear.
Oh!
You haven't stuck your neck out. What's the best Star Wars? You haven't stuck your neck out.
It's hard. It's a hard one.
Yeah.
Jedi Strikes Back, though, kind of always going to be
Jedi Strikes Back. Don't you mean
which one do you mean? Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi?
Return of the Jedi. Sorry. Return of the Jedi.
Okay. And I bet you like it when your grandmother kisses you on the lips too. So I'm just
with her full, stubbly,
So long as she takes the dentures out first and sticks in the tongue, I'm all good.
Yeah, it's all good. I guess the reason I like Rogue One and Andor is it's the only Star Wars that abandons the great men of history narrative, the hero's journey, and both of them highlight if there's an actual war happening, an enormous number of people are down in the mud getting just put through the meat grinder, and it's fucking awful. Their day-to-day existence is fucking awful, and they do. The good guys do terrible things. That's what I like about Rogue One and Andor. It doesn't shy away from good guys do bad things.
Yeah, but that's like the entire premise of like half of Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Yeah,
like,
I was about to say that. That's Cisco.
Yeah, and
that's the best Star Trek.
Yeah, indeed. But like
Voyager.
Rogue One, like
sorry, that's my that sputter is actually a noise of support, not derision.
What did you say?
He said
Voyager is the best.
Voyager is the best.
I'm sorry, but Voyager is the best Star Trek in my opinion.
I mean, I'm not saying Voyager's bad because I enjoy watching Voyager. It's not great. It's no DS9.
It's so much better than DS9.
No, your memory is wrong. DS9 because so the problem with Voyager was that it was too Alex Kurtzman, and like it reset at the end of every episode. Suddenly everything was fine and hunky-dory, and it was supposed to be a story of survival, and there were no stakes. It just didn't.
How was there no stakes?
There were, because you knew they would survive.
Of course they're going to survive. It's a bloody TV show.
But
the good guys are always going to win.
Even the Year of Hell arc was
that should have gone longer than 2 episodes, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like it was like cookie cutter pristine. The whole run through it, there was no grit, and DS9 had grit.
DS9
and it was serialized,
had longer running story arcs and whatnot. I'll gladly grant you. I will gladly grant you. But for
DS9 stepped in the mud and had grit, and it was better for it.
No, for me, the
Voyager
characters in Voyager were a lot more relatable to me. I loved the character progression of Tom Paris, Neelix, even Tuvok to a certain degree. I love Captain Janeway, best captain in my opinion. Call me wrong, but I still say that she's the best captain.
Thank you for the invitation. You're wrong.
Oh, really? Oh, really? And who do you think is the best captain?
So you issued the invitation, so I'm just...
Come on, Angry. Who's your favorite captain, then? You're going to tell me Cisco,
I actually don't give that much of a shit about Star Trek, quite honestly.
Then you're not allowed an opinion on this, man.
Then you're not allowed to have an opinion on that if you don't...
I mean, I'd go Deep Space Nine every time, so I guess I'm saying Cisco.
He's evil.
It's a good call.
He's not evil. He has integrity.
No, he does not.
Okay, no, I've just picked my favorite Star Trek captain, the evil guy from the mirror dimension in Discovery in the first 2 seasons.
Lorca, or whatever his name is.
Lorca from the Shadow Dimension. He was my favorite.
Mirror dimension. Yeah, of course. I was about to like say that in jest, and then you just go and say it.
No, definitely. It's probably just because I have such a soft spot for the actor, because he's really funny and quite a radical.
Awesome.
He's a radical lefty, and he goes on social media calling bullshit out all the time.
Yeah,
I fucking love it.
I have a soft spot for Daddy Pike, because Anson Mount is
that okay. Give him time, because he's only done 1 season, and that was very good.
And
very good.
Strange New Worlds was awesome. Was awesome Star Trek.
I genuinely enjoyed Strange. I am genuinely enjoying, I should say, Strange New Worlds.
And he's also dealing with the premonition of his own death, and I think
that
has significant potential going forward.
Yeah.
A New Hope,
Anyway,
Revenge
I
of
gotta
the Sith,
answer some
Return of the Jedi,
DMs.
Phantom Menace, Empire Strikes Back, Attack of the Clones.
Those are
that's an interesting
certainly
take,
some.
I'm just adding it to the list
of
wrong takes I've heard tonight, but you know, I'm pleased that you feel confident to just step out and say something that's so very wrong. But
it's so cute that you believe that is basically what he's saying right now.
I mean, I'll go out on a limb that I like fucking Force Awakens and The Last Jedi better than most of the previous movies.
Because you're old and have no taste.
Yeah, no.
You're old man.
I'm old. I am old.
That's why.
Yeah.
I still flatly refuse to believe that you're older than me, Abigail, not with how young you look. I refuse to believe that you're older than me. I'm sorry.
How old are you?
43.
I'm only a little bit older.
Just...
I'm sorry, but
pretty far.
I flatly refuse to believe that you're older than me. I think that you handed me a fake ID. That's all there is to it.
You know what it is? I don't smoke.
I don't either anymore. I vape.
But smoking takes years off your face. Like, it really does.
Abigail, we've been through this. Keep my face out of this, and I'll keep my face out of you.
Hey, my face is solidly in Mrs. Grasshopper.
Oh man. No, oh god, I'm currently in the doghouse with a good friend of ours.
Oh no.
No. It's actually quite funny. Her name is Hex. She had to change to Hex. I don't know what her dead name is, so I don't even bother. But Hex is a very strong feminist, very confident woman. She works as a dominatrix. She is not to be messed with in any of these ways, because she has no compunctions for calling you a fuckwit directly to your face, and then if need be, picking you up and throwing your ass outside. Like, she's not to be fucked with, and we all love her for it, don't get me wrong. Like, she's not a pariah in our circles at all. If anything, she's kind of held up on a bit of a pillar. We all love her. It was her birthday a week and a bit ago, and she turned around and said for her birthday, like, in terms of gifts, people were like, we don't know what to buy you for a gift. And she said, surprise me, just surprise me. A mutual friend of ours and I were talking about it, and I was like, I have no idea what to get her for her birthday. And he said, all you need to do is surprise her. That's all she wanted for a birthday, so you just need to surprise her. And I'm like, and how the hell would I surprise her? She's known me for God knows how long. How the hell am I going to surprise her? He goes, tell her one of your jokes. The ones that you've never had the guts to tell her straight to her face. Tell her one of your jokes. That'll surprise her.
Uh-oh.
And I thought to myself, All right then.
Oh no.
So I go to her birthday party, and in front of everyone that she knows, including her husband, loud enough for everybody to hear, I've turned her over and I've gone, "So, Hex, I've heard that you're a feminist." "Yeah." "How cute!" And walked away.
Oh.
Oh. Where's the prize?
Oof.
Oh,
that's not even funny. That's just
may,
cringe.
That's weird.
I may or may not have been chased out the backyard with a cat of 9 tails, screaming that she was going to take shreds off me. I can neither confirm nor deny this.
Yeah.
And I may have done all of her washing up after the birthday party as an apology. And as a yeah, no, this was a joke, but I'm going to pay my recompense for this. But no, Hex has now put down a rule that Shannon's no longer allowed to tell any jokes at her birthday parties. So yeah, no,
or at least just like clear them through someone first.
David was like just standing there going, "Of all of the fucking things that you could have said." Like, I went to the nuclear option straight away. It was it was equal measures of wrong and hilarious. If you were there at the time, you would have appreciated how funny it was to say that to Hex because it was so wrong. Oh goodness! And I've sent Angry completely silent with that one.
You're the prize.
Either that or he's distracted by Facebook again.
No, someone sent me a link. I'm distracted by it. And
yeah, and I'm chatting on Discord.
So,
but I don't know. Like, it sounds very contextual as well. Like, it sounds like you really had to be there. I get how funny it would have been, but it sounds more cringe than funny.
It look, I mean, it had all of the things of wrong and bad that was in it, but it's with her and the group of people that we all know who we're all pretty ardent feminists. We're all, allies of the LGBTQIA and all of those sorts of different things. The 98% of the people that were at that party were all in polyamorous type of relationships and all of that sort of stuff. So we're all very new agey, very forward thinking, very liberal people, as it were. And just saying something like that is just nobody in that circle would ever say anything like that, even as a joke. It's you don't crack jokes about rape, you don't crack jokes about black people. This is another joke that you don't crack type thing, and saying it to, of all people, Hex, who is the strongest and most boisterous and most voicist about everything out of all of us. It was, you picked the
Playing with
wrong fucking
fire,
target.
you're gonna get burnt.
Oh, and how? And how? I mean, Hex has already completely forgiven me, of course. Her husband is just pissing himself laughing at my reaction when I ran out the backyard and Hex going, "You get your ass back here." And then she went all dominatrix on me. Like, it was really, really, really funny in the aftermath. But in hindsight, probably still the wrong thing to have done, in my opinion. But yeah, no, either way, I laid my bed, so now I'm laying in it. So I made my bed rather, so now I'm laying in it. Oh man.
Fair enough.
Oh, fucking hell. My 13-year-old nephew sent me a joke the other day that even made me go, "Wow." Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Do we?
I don't. Do we?
What is the difference between a prostitute and a bowling ball?
Something about 3 fingers.
I don't know.
Nothing. After you finish fingering him, you can throw him in the gutter.
Right.
He's 13. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I feel like he's been watching
weird.
Andrew What's His Name videos.
No, he got that one on TikTok.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
There's a TikTok account of this lady who works in way out back Australia on like large farm equipment and stuff like that, and her whole TikTok is her telling really wrong and off-color jokes to her workmates and their reactions. And their reactions for the most part are like, "Oh, shut the fuck up," you know.
I have a teenage son, and I have had a teenage son for like over the better half of a decade. And that does not surprise me, those types of jokes at such a young age. It's either TikTok or like any number of social media, or just from high school. Like, it's just what kids that age do nowadays. It's par for the course, unfortunately.
If like an adult friend of mine told me that joke, I'd just be like, "Oh, come on, dude, that's a bit tasteless." But coming from a 13-year-old, it fucking floored me.
I think when I was 13, we used to tell dead baby jokes.
Yeah. So
that was the big thing.
I'm currently eating what I think is one of the best candy bars on the face of the planet.
Yeah.
The summer roll.
I fucking hate those.
Pretty good.
Okay, that goes
so good.
That goes hand in hand with your Star Wars opinion, quite honestly.
Look, and so is your wrong opinion about everything.
Yeah, there's no accounting for taste. Clearly.
Sorry, I just love making sweeping statements.
Wait a minute, Angry. You're trying to tell us that you have an opinion on something? We would never have guessed.
Oh, what?
A man with an unwashed ass has an opinion.
Oh man.
We could have done without that.
So Megaleech is
there, but,
displaying Megaleech is displaying his absolute wrongness in the worst possible way. Bounties are awesome. Cherry ripes are fucking awesome.
So like, I'm on the same side of the barricades as Megaleech. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but no. I've got Abigail's back on this one. She is 100% correct in this.
Well,
you all are wrong.
Like always.
Right.
Where's a pen? I just want to make a note.
Taste in chocolates, taste in movies, and taste in women. I'm just like with me the whole way there.
I was waiting for that. I was fucking waiting for it.
When the revolution comes, these people will be put into the re-education camp for their wrong.
I'll be fucking running that place before too long.
I'm just saying.
We'll get people to have good taste by the end of it. It's like I keep on telling my wife, she can't lecture me about my taste in music because she likes bloody tumbleweed. Fuckery, piece of coconut went down the wrong way. Piece of coconut went down the wrong way. Hang on. Fuckery. Sorry about that. Oh, that was uncomfortable. You know, my wife is obsessed with this band called Tumbleweed. They're fucking horrible. Oh my god.
I think I know. That sounds vaguely familiar. A band called Tumbleweed.
They're from like the late '90s grunge rock, and they're shit.
Yep, no,
really,
that's
really
what
bad.
I thought. I thought they were '90s grunge. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, they're absolutely crap. My wife loves them. I'm like, no. We agree on a lot of things, musically speaking, but she also loves the Beatles, and I can't stand the Beatles. So, and I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off with that statement. I'm sorry, but the Beatles are fucking overrated and boring.
Yeah, okay, so you're so wrong about that. That Pat just left the stream to come and assassinate your ass, the smiling assassin is about to ninja you. The last thing you're going to see is his smiling face.
I'm willing to die on that hill. I'm willing to die on that hill. It's the same thing with Monty Python. Monty Python is not that bloody funny. It's really not.
It was different for its time. But yes, I think if I watch like Monty Python's Flying Circus, I'm like, okay, yeah, it was like absurdist for its time. I still do find the Holy Grail very funny, and The Life of Brian has very good stuff in it. Holy Grail is the one I laugh at the most.
From the get-go of the Holy Grail with those fucking coconut shells, I just can't.
Well, it's absurd. It's absurdist humor. If you don't like absurdist humor, it's not going to work for you.
I fucking love absurdist
and that's
humor.
Again, that's fine. All taste is subjective, but taste in comedy is super subjective.
Taste in Star Wars movies, however, is not, and you are still wrong.
So is your taste in Star Trek, so that's all right.
Well, I being the ultimate Trekkie here in this discussion, I feel like I am like the ultimate arbiter of Star Trek taste. So therefore, you are still wrong about.
Yeah,
you are still wrong.
You could be the arbiter of the wrong decision. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I'm leaning towards the guy who originally coded the GIF, trying to say in public, "No, it's GIF." It's like, dude, I don't care that you coded it. You are saying something stupid and wrong now.
Yeah, and sorry, but the first word in the acronym of GIF stands for graphical.
Graphical.
It is a fucking hard G, so bugger off. It is not GIF, it is GIF, and you can go die on that fucking hill. Go cry by the river.
I would be on his side if he said, no, it's a giraffical interchange format, because I was thinking of giraffes when I did it. And okay, now I'm on board. It's now a GIF.
Sorry, GIF is a fucking cleaning liquid.
Even Linus Torvalds calls Linux, not Linux.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, and it's named after him.
He has his accent as well. It kind of sounds like Linux when he was saying it.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
But yeah, no. I am. It's Linux, not Linux. And I originally, I used to say Linux, and then go, no, it's this guy, and he's always said when he's saying it's Linux, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah.
I can
handle. Wanted to be Linux, you would have pronounced Linux.
I can handle people who say things like vitamins as opposed to vitamins. You know, and the different ways that some people say like aluminium and stuff like that. I can handle all of that. The thing that drives me nuts is when people put a K at the end of a word ending with ing. So something
that's just a
or nothing.
Thing, everything.
Oh, that's the every time that happens, I fucking twitch. It's like there's no fucking K.
Those people don't think there's a K on the end of the word. They don't think it's a speech mannerism that they've picked up. There's a difference between, like, people who say vitamin and yogurt think it's meant to be pronounced vitamin and yogurt. People who say everything don't think there's a K at the end of the word. They don't think it's meant to be pronounced everything. If you really put them on the spot, they'd go, well, no, okay, but it's just a mannerism they've picked up.
I'm not saying it's rational. I'm just saying it's the only thing that triggers me when they're talking.
Yeah.
I wanna slap people when they say solder instead of solder. Americans.
Solder, aluminum, the stuff where they can just go, no, look at the letters on the page. Yep. You are unequivocally pronouncing that incorrectly. There's no defense. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Yep.
Sorry, also for the American audience, color is spelt with a U.
Yep.
Okay. It is COLOUR.
But that's spelling. It's just like they went, it's too complicated. I want to make it easier, which is like, okay, you sad fuck, whatever.
Yep.
And realize it's spelt with a Z, not a fucking S.
Those willful mispronunciations, and just go like, this is not opinion. You are empirically wrong. There is nothing to support your dumb as fuck pronunciation, and you are clearly and obviously pronouncing it wrong. Stop it, you fucking idiot.
Although the ones that I love are the people from Nordic countries who speak English as a second language, because they don't say book or look. It's always Luke or book. I love that. I think that's.
But again, when it's English as a second language, I'm fine with it, because in their own language they pronounce.
I'd be willing to have a lexicographer come in and talk to us about America using English, because I dare say that actual English is most likely a second language to most fucking Americans.
I gotta post something. Hang on, I gotta find it. It's an image, and I'm gonna post it on Discord. Just give me a couple of seconds. It's just it's a meme. It's a classic. You've probably seen it.
Take your time.
Keep talking, because it'll take me a while.
Right. It's going to take a while. Sorry, I'm going to keep talking.
Okay, so what's the way that, like, if somebody were to so like the term for all intents and purposes, when people say all intents and purposes.
Says intensive purposes.
Yeah. So what are some of those types of things that will get you going angry apart from that one?
Okay. There are
several of them. It's in your memes channel.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I've got to. Oh God, you're gonna make me find something. Okay, sure. Fuck. Is it? It's in your memes channel.
Is it? No.
No,
it might be. I accidentally put it in my memes channel.
That's okay. Discord, Abigail.
That means I found it.
Fine. Whatever.
Okay, share screen, edge tab. So
that's good, because then my American friend on my Discord channel will see it, and I'll get a kick out of that.
So this is a language selector, and just in case it's
English
coming up,
traditional English simplified.
The American flag is English simplified.
I love that. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is brilliant. I love that so much.
Yeah.
Which is a fun joke, because of course Chinese has a traditional and simplified version, but it is fair to say. But again, I think Americans to an extent would embrace that and go, yes, we attempted to simplify the language, because you had all these weird fucking multi-European influences that don't make any sense, and we did try to simplify it and make it a bit more consistent. I get where they're coming from. Again, spelling stuff doesn't completely do my head in, but empirically wrong pronunciations.
Yeah.
A friend of mine's dad is
solder can just go solder their fucking buttholes closed.
A friend of mine's dad is actually a lexicographer and has a degree in linguistics. And I remember having a discussion with him in regards to languages one night, and he's like, you think about languages like Spanish and Italian and stuff like that, and you can draw all of their lineages back to all of these other languages of Latin and other languages that have all kind of come together to make this one language that is Spanish or is Italian or whatever the case may be. He said, whenever we're trying to figure out where the hell English came from, we just start tearing our fucking hair out. English just basically went to every other language in the world, took it into a dark alley, beat it up, and shook it upside down for loose grammar. Like it's just such a bastardized language, and it's amazing listening to him talking about it, because like you don't really think about the evolution of language, especially English, because that's our native tongue. But like,
I think about it all the time.
Well, if you think about like if Spanish was your native tongue, for instance, you're most likely taught in school that our language comes from, the Latin this and the blah blah blahs from that and all of that sort of stuff that led into us having Spanish. There's no way that they can really teach us that about English. And it's interesting listening to somebody who has studied up on the subject trying to tell us where English that we use comes from. It's actually
not in
more
high
interesting than
school.
I thought. No, not in high school. No.
No, but it's fascinating. I find it endlessly fascinating, the roots of words.
See, you know me, I'm all about evolution. Evolution of languages was something that I kind of wanted to delve into, and once I tried to, I figured out that it was way more complex than I ever thought it would be.
It's super complicated.
Yeah.
Etymology is just like
It's really
it's more complicated than genealogy. Like
it's one of those things I think that
Yeah.
they might give a fucking mathematician a run for their money on the difficulty of what it is that they're fucking studying. And
Yeah.
I'm just like I'm like, it's fascinating, but I don't have the capacity for that. I think it takes a very particular mindset to be able to do that. One of which that I'm in awe of. I'm not judging.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it for single words to a point, but an entire language, get fucked. That's just that's one person's life's work.
Safa, interesting that you should bring that up. He says that strange that Australia uses the US keyboard layout and not the UK layout. It is interesting that you say that. Australia is supposed to use the Queen's English because we are technically still part of the monarch. That being
King's
said,
English.
The King's English now, sorry. When we started getting computers here in Australia, we didn't get them from England. We got them from America. The keyboards that first came here to Australia came from America. We didn't get any of them from England, and that's why it became the standard in Australia.
It's what I find funny and hilarious is that, like, the British invented computers.
Yes, they did.
And if not for
it depends on what you
Alan
might want to
Turing,
consider a computer as well, because
Alan
the
Turing
abacus could
invented
be considered a computer.
The electronic computer was invented by Alan Turing.
Yes.
And like after World War II, he kept working on it. However, because of an obscure British law, any kind of like top secret work done for the military had to remain top secret for 50 years after it was invented before it could be released to the public. And the Americans didn't have that law. So when the Americans invented computers, they just released it to the public. And thus the Americans like just had this big boon in silicon technology.
Yeah, and Megalitch is right. We use the dollar sign, not the pound sign.
The British could have had this huge explosion in IT and computers, but if not for this stupid law, they didn't.
But even in the 80s, they had a chance. There was the Sinclair computer, and for whatever reason, they didn't latch the market. Like, so you ended up with these Asian and American joint ventures, Wang and IBM.
I mean, Australia could still be leading the world in renewable energies technologies, and be bringing in metric fuck tons of revenue for the Australian people. But Abbott did what fucking Abbott does and sold it all. Yep.
Yeah, the last Liberal
sold it
government for
all.
the last 50 years, basically.
Yep.
It's definitely the last 20, just destroying science in Australia.
Oh, and how? I knew. Sorry. Yeah, no. So a friend of a friend type thing. Either way, their dad worked directly at the CSIRO, and he was one of the first to be let go when Abbott came into power. And he was working on renewable technologies, specifically solar. And he was talking to us about the things that they had figured out and the improvements that they were like in the process of trying to roll out for all of Australia to make like the solar panels being way more effective at producing electricity and all of these sorts of different things. And all of those breakthroughs that they made thanks to the carbon tax from the Gillard fucking government, all of that got fucking sold as soon as Abbott came into power, and he fucking shut down 20, like fucking, I think it was like 80% of the CSIRO on fucking renewable energies alone. And it's, oh man, anytime
he should
that somebody
be in jail.
The amount of people that still try to fucking say that he did a good fucking job, and it blows my fucking mind how anybody can honestly fucking think that. It really does.
Let's not forget that the current Labor Party's new scheme is a rehash of Tony Abbott's scheme.
Sorry, to which are you referring?
What's it called? The new Labor. Let me look it up.
I don't know. Look that up. I need to do another toilet break if we're still going, so that's fine.
Go for it, bud. Go for it.
All right. Looking up politics.
Now, the last thing that I was reading about with the Labor government was the whole First Nations voice in Parliament thing and stuff like that. So I'm not really up to date on the rest of the other stuff at the moment. Got other things going on, obviously. But I am interested. You go into the bathroom, or are you destroying it, angry? Something went bang. Man, how many fucking nits of brightness does your monitor have?
Mine?
Yeah, because when that white light came up, your face turned into a ghost. It was amazing.
So usually I've got my browser set to dark mode. I've got Windows set to dark mode.
Same,
I went onto the ALP website and it's set to bright mode, and like I've got a 4K monitor in front of me, so that's a lot of pixels. This monitor here is a 1440p monitor, and then this monitor over here is just a regular old HD monitor. So I've got a lot of screen real estate. But yeah, like when there's a dumb website come up with just a white background, I'm like,
yeah. My old monitor, it was good, but it wasn't very bright. Even like bright white fucking web pages, it wasn't that bad. This new Samsung Odyssey G9 that I've got, its brightness is ridiculous, and every now and again it loads up a web page that's got a lot of white in it, and I'm like, Jesus fuck, get me my sunglasses so I can read this, you know?
Yep. Okay. Environmental policy. That's blah blah blah. So there was a recent Juice Media video about the Labor's
the honest government ad.
Honest government ad.
So for the USSR wasn't so much bad at computers; they were bad at finding people that could operate them properly.
Yeah, they were very good at the mechanical computers and the mechanical industrial elements, except when it fell apart in things like Chernobyl. But,
yeah, no, their education in the USSR was better than some countries, but left a lot to be desired as well. So, which you get when you're having a country run by a fucking nutcase like Putin. So,
I'm also just thinking, just even talking this makes me want to watch the movie The Death of Stalin again, because that captures the insanity and paranoia of a totalitarian regime that was just continually doing purges and whatnot, and what a downward spiral that is.
Speaking of things that we enjoyed and thinking about rewatching, apparently Book of Mormon is going to be touring again in Australia in the not too distant future. I can't wait. Definitely going to go out and see that again.
Oh, cool.
Again,
I haven't seen it, and I've always wanted to.
They write good songs.
So good. It is so good. Couldn't breathe the first time I saw that play. Like, part of it is very puerile humor because it's Matt Stone and Trey Parker, so of course it's going to be fucking puerile. But other parts of it are just fucking like belly achingly funny.
But they just write good songs, even in South Park, but particularly South Park the movie, which was a musical, but in the show quite regularly, they just write good songs. I'm extremely impressed with their songwriting.
I give them full credit for rocking up to the Grammys or whatever it was when they were both wearing dresses and all of that. Like, apparently they were tripping fucking balls when they did it.
That was the Academy Awards, because the song "Blame Canada" was nominated for Best Original Song. They dressed up in dresses and they dropped acid. And
no, I heard it was mushrooms.
No, it was LSD. Yeah, it was LSD.
I love it.
And you've seen interviews where they just said, "Yeah, because we don't take the whole thing seriously, and we made a bunch of people extremely angry because for them this was the biggest day of their life, and we were just going, this is fucking stupid."
Yeah, they trivialized it, and I love that. I absolutely love it.
And once you know they were tripping, you look at the interviews and go, "Oh yeah, they're tripping." They are trying to hold it together.
I think the thing that made me respect that so much more is that they were so open and blunt and honest about the fact that they were tripping balls when they were there. Like, they were like, because they got asked in interviews, like, why did you dress up in women's dresses and go to these things? And they were like, because we thought it'd be funny to rock up in a women's dress tripping balls. Wait, you were actually tripping? Hell yeah. No, we dropped acid or shrooms or whatever it was before we went and had a grand time. Like, they were just completely upfront and fucking open and honest about it. No, full fucking respect. Absolute full fucking respect.
It was a good article because they're talking about like everyone, they arrived in limousine. So there's this ridiculous setup where there's a traffic jam of limousines going to the venue. And so they're in a limousine and they're kind of chill and they're tripping. And then it's like, we're there. And it was like, you open the door of this limousine and 1,000 camera flash bulbs go off and there are screaming crowds. And you see them standing there going, "Oh, hi."
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I definitely think that ran through their head.
The transition from being inside the limousine to stepping out of it was just so overwhelming. And they were just like, wow, okay, we've made a decision, haven't we? And it's just like...
No, like, the movies Orgasmo and Basketball will always have like a bit of a special place in my heart. Especially Basketball for me. But like, Orgasmo was legitimately funny at points. Other points was just fucking cringe to the highest of level. But
they just got let loose and made the movie, basically. You can see Orgasmo's like the distant ancestor of Book of Mormon, though.
Yes, you really, really can. And that's because he, like Trey Parker, got raised by Mormons and got forced to go out and knock on doors and all of that sort of stuff. And he fucking hated it. But he did say that it gave him the ability to be able to talk to people. Like, he was chronically shy as a kid. And being forced into that basically made it so that he had this ability to be able to communicate with people. Like, the whole finding the silver lining of a bad situation. But then he got asked, like, he's been asked pretty direct questions, like, do you think that the Mormon religion is correct or good? And his overwhelming response is, it's wrong and it's fucked. And he's rather unapologetic about that. And it's rare to find celebrities who are that bluntly honest about things that can be so controversial. Like, they don't give a shit about the fallout from it.
Yeah. You see the South Park episode with the Mormon family, and they're all so happy and whatnot. And Stan in particular is going to them, but your beliefs are fucking insane. It makes no sense. And you think they're going for the easy point. Yes, Mormonism is fucking ridiculous. It's the Ralph Wiggum of Christianity. It's ridiculous.
Brilliantly put.
It's just so stupid. And they do the whole thing, the Joseph Smith story, where they just lay it out like the Joseph Smith story is obviously a blatant scam. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
And then right at the end, because you think that's all they're doing, they're just saying Mormonism is shit. And the Mormon kid, when they're going like, and he says to Stan, I don't want to be your friends anymore because you're a cynical piece of shit. And you think my beliefs are silly? Maybe they are. But my family's happy. We love and support each other. And I have a good life. You don't seem happy. Fuck you. And that was, he actually said, like, yeah, Mormonism is stupid as hell. Flip side, a lot of Mormons are among the nicest people I've ever met. Their beliefs are just dumb as fuck, but they can be very good people.
That is the juxtaposition between Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses, in my experience.
There's nothing good in J-dubs. There's nothing good in J-dubs.
Mormons, like, to outsiders, to people who don't believe in all of that sort of stuff, they're equally as nice, they're equally as welcoming, and all of that sort of stuff. I've family friends have been Mormons for many, many years. They've never, like, my own auntie won't have anything to do with me because I don't believe in God and she's a Christian. But these family friends who were very firm in their faith of Mormonism, they still love me and everything's fine, So no, I give that. But I worked with a J-dub for a while, a guy by the name of Brandon. And Brandon is this insanely intelligent guy who really, really knows his stuff where computers is concerned. This guy has forgotten more about bloody software development and database fucking acumen than I've ever learned in my life. He is amazing. But he is a J-dub. So regardless of all of the things that he and I have got in common and worked well together, could never hang out with the guy outside of it because I'm not a J-dub. He can't hang out with somebody who isn't a J-dub. The moment that he does, he's going to be judged by the rest of the J-dubs.
And he will be apostate.
Yeah. And it's disgusting. It's like Scientology all over again.
Sorry. And then, again, sorry. We're kind of obsessively talking about South Park, but their Scientology episode where they put the super weird shit in, and then a caption would go, "This is what
Scientologists actually believe."
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was like they were trying to say, because they were doing a whole bunch of silly shit, and then they'd put something very silly, and there was like, no, this is what they actually believe.
Yeah, the whole intergalactic fucking Xenu thing and whatnot. Oh my god. Okay, true story time. This is fantastic. My first job, fresh out of uni, was working for Telstra. And I was working in what's known as what used to be known as their DAC/ULL department, DAC ULL department. And for long story short, basically, I made the internet work. When you wanted the internet connected at your house, I was the one that put the programming on the line and made it happen. Anyway, first day of working at Telstra, and you're doing that inauguration thing where they're like, here are the fire exits, and this is what this light means, and that whole thing before you actually do any work. Yep. So we're doing the tour of the office, walking around the gigantic square that is the office. And, this team's working on macros, and this team's working on this thing, and this team's working on the other thing, and blah, 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 blah. And we get up to this one corner, and he stops us. There's a group of about 16 of us, the boss and his assistant. And they stop us before we go around this corner, and they're like, right, we're about to turn this corner. It is the last corner before we got to turn one more corner to go back into the room that we were just in. There is going to be a group of about 6 guys that are working on computers. Do not make eye contact. Do not say hello. Do not go close to them.
Oh, no.
Okay? You walk past and basically look at your feet. We'll explain it to you afterwards. Okay.
What?
So we turn around the corner, and sure enough, there's 6 guys, white shirts, normal like slack pants and whatnot, and they're all tapping away on computers. And the first thing that I notice, they're all playing Second Life.
Oh my god! Okay.
And I'm like,
That's
okay,
so weird.
that's different. Okay, that's odd. All right, cool. But we all follow the rules, and we kind of look at our feet, and we walk past them. And we go around, and we get around the other corner. We go down a little bit. We go into the room, close the door, and the boss turns around and goes, "Now, I'm sure that all of you have got a lot of questions. Let me make this really simple. Those guys run the Telstra shops inside of Second Life. That is their job. They are all Scientologists. Do not talk to them.
Don't talk to them, Jesus.
Do not go near them.
What?
The moment that you even so much as ask them to borrow a fucking paperclip, they will put in a complaint to HR, and we have to follow it up.
Jesus.
Don't go anywhere near them.
How fucking weird.
Yep, for the 2 and a bit years that I worked at Telstra, I saw them from the side. I never once interacted with them, neither did anybody else. But yeah, that was their entire job. Yep.
Good Lord.
Yep.
That was so weird.
It was amazing. Yeah, no, because the Scientology had its main office just up the road from where the Telstra building was, and they all lived at that main office, and they would walk to and from work and stuff like that. So you would walk past them in the street sometimes, and there was this one day, it was a public holiday, so they weren't working on the public holiday, but they asked the other staff, "Hey, if you're willing to come in and work on the public holiday, you get double time, whatever the case may be. Feel free to come in." So I did. It was Australia Day, because fuck Australia Day. No problems with working on Australia Day.
Yeah.
And so as I'm walking up there, they're out the front of the fucking thing with the tin cans in their hand, trying to get people to fucking sit there and answer the questions with the tin can fucking thing.
Yeah.
And they looked at me.
Their IQ tests and personality tests and
they made eye contact with me for about like half a second, and immediately realized that they weren't going to ask me. And I'm grateful that they didn't, because I would have been fired from Telstra pretty fucking quickly afterwards.
I have so many questions about that situation. So many fucking questions.
Fire away. Believe me, I asked them all, and I got them all answered.
Okay, so why were they hired in the first place? Why hire Scientologists that no one can talk to?
Okay, so
like, where's the business case in that?
It was originally 2 of them. They worked in the macro department for Telstra originally. And when Telstra found out that they could actually make real world money from running Telstra offices inside of Second Life, they because these guys were all playing Second Life at their main office that they all lived at. That was their thing. After they finished work, they all played Second Life together. And Telstra found out, oh shit, we can make real world money off this. Maybe this is something that we should look into, because these guys are the ones that brought it to Telstra's attention. Telstra kind of went, okay, then fine. This is your baby now. You need to run this for us. And they turned around and said, yep, okay, we need extra people to come in to work with us on this one. And Telstra, for all intents and purposes, turned around to them and said, well, it's your department. You hire who you think. That's how the other guys were all Scientologists as well.
Sure. Okay, so why would they file HR disputes?
So,
because as far as I'm aware, HR as a concept doesn't protect employees. They're there to protect the company.
Yes.
Which is, and so, like, when you make a complaint to HR, it tags you as a troublemaker, which is fucked, but that's that's the concept. So if they're going to go around making trouble for people, and clearly they were, how were they still in a job there?
Okay, let me share with you a thing that happened directly with me. This is actually what ended my employment at Telstra.
Okay.
I was on the phone one day with a field technician. Now, a lot of my job was talking to field technicians while they were out there trying to find vacant lines and all of that sort of stuff. And I would have to run remote tests for the amount of noise that was on the line, all of that sort of stuff, make sure that it was all vacant inside of the database, and work with them. every now and again, you would get a call that was for what's known as a line hunt. A line hunt is when you call up like a large-scale call center, and you'll get the sorry, all of our consultants are on the phone with other people right now, but your call is very important to us, and you'll be answered by the next available operator. That's a line hunt. And I used to have to program that on large lines. Now, when that would happen, you would be on the phone with that field technician for 2 to 3 hours while you were doing this, because it took for freaking ever. It was a nightmare. Now,
sounds amazing.
In one time that I was doing this with one of the guys, while we're waiting for these tests to run and all of that sort of stuff, there's a lot of just long silent breaks, and the field technicians have a tendency to try and fill in that void. They'll talk to you about what's happening out there or whatever. He started cracking off jokes to me. Me being the guy that I am, I started cracking off jokes back to him. Now, I was being very selective with my jokes because I'm working inside Telstra, but in one of the jokes, apparently I said the word shit. Okay, so I didn't think anything. I didn't think anything of it, but someone overheard me say that word. The next day, when I've arrived at work, there's a thing pinned to the front of my computer screen, like a post-it note. Don't log in yet. Come straight to your manager. You need to go and talk to your manager before you log in. I'm like, okay, I've got no idea what that's about. Okay. So I go over and I'm like, I'm here. What's going on? And they're like, oh, right. Yeah, no, you need to come into this office and sit down and have a chat with us. Okay. Go in there. All right. So you were on the phone to a technician yesterday. Yes, I was. You were cracking jokes with the technician. Yes, I was. We don't really condone people telling jokes on the phone and all of that, but that's okay. But somebody overheard you swear while you were on the phone to that technician. I was like, I did? They were like, yeah, no, we've been told that, and that's a serious offense in here. Here is a written warning for swearing. Now, don't get me wrong, it is an overreaction on their part, but I kind of went, no, this is a plain rule that Telstra have put out. I broke that rule, so I'll wear that. Okay, I think it's an overreaction, but I'll still wear it. So I signed on the dotted line. Said, sorry about that, won't do it again. Whatever's. Fast forward several weeks later. And sure enough, my phone rings, and it is the same field technician that I was talking to in the previous part. Another line hunt. We're doing our work, and he starts cracking off jokes to me. And I turned around to him and said, I want to hear every joke that you've got, but please be aware, the last time that we were doing this, I said a joke, and unfortunately I swore. Somebody overheard that, took offense, put in a complaint. So I'm just not going to tell any jokes just in case. Make sure that I don't do that again. I don't want to, get in trouble again. He was like, oh, yeah, no, they're fucking, whatever's. But he accepted it. That was fine. I thought that was the right fucking thing to do, right? Rock up to work the next day. There's another little post-it note on my screen.
Oh, my fucking God.
Oh my
Don't
God.
log in. Come straight to the manager. Talk to your manager. Fuck. All right, then. Up to the manager, I'm like, hey, so, what's going on? Oh, no, you're going to have to come out into this office and have a chat with us. Oh, fuck, here we go. All right, then. They take me in there. Okay, so you remember that you got a written warning about swearing on the phone before? I said, yeah. They said, yeah, the person that put in that complaint, to be clear, that complaint is completely anonymous. I've got no idea who put in that complaint. They said the person who overheard you
Which
swear...
is bullshit, by the way.
Put in a complaint about you talking to that field tech about not cracking jokes. They felt intimidated and have put in a complaint about that. Here is a second written warning.
Wow.
They tried to give me a second written warning for doing exactly what they fucking told me to do. Now, at that point, I was like pissed off. Super pissed off. And I'm like, I'm not signing this. I am going to go and talk to my union representative, and I'm going to have them deal with this. I am not fucking signing this. And they turned around to me and said, your union? I said, of course I'm frickin' union. I'm not an idiot. Oh, we didn't know that there was a union for call centers. Australian Miscellaneous Workers Union. Look them up. They're a thing. They're quite good at what they do as well. I'll be talking to my union representative before I sign this.
Yeah.
And they were like, are you sure you want to go down that path? I said, I'm absolutely fucking sure I want to go down that path. that this is ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. We have a bit of a back and forth, and it ends up with me basically saying, okay, so it's a Friday, and according to these laws, I am allowed to leave right now with full pay until I am advised by my union about this. So I am going to go home and I'm going to talk to my union leader about this, and he'll be in contact with you guys. They had no choice but to accept it. They were pissed as hell, but they accepted it. I go home, call up AMWU, and I'm like, this is what's just happened. My union rep on the phone goes, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Verbatim is exactly what he said. You've got to be fucking kidding me. And I'm like, no, this is it. And he was like, okay, do me a favor, fax me a copy of the written complaint and the first complaint that you've got as well. I'll get in contact with them and we'll have a meeting. I'll get in contact with you, let you know when the meeting is. I said, no worries. About an hour later, I get an SMS from him. We've got a meeting Monday morning, 8:30, be there. No worries at all. This was the best moment at my employment at Telstra. Rock up to work with my union representative standing beside me, and the team leader boss was outside with the floor manager and the fucking CFO at Telstra.
Wow!
And
wow!
We all went up into the fucking room with the fucking CFO of Telstra.
Damn.
And they're like, okay, Shannon has taken this to the next level by getting union involvement. So that's why we've got the CFO here to make sure that all of the boxes are crossed and all of the I's are dotted and all the T's are done and blah, 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 you know. And the union representative turned around and said, I don't really care who's here. You could bring in the Prime Minister of Australia for all I care. You have broken the law, and I am going to show you exactly where, how, and why you shouldn't have done this. And they're like, no, but they felt intimidated. And he goes, it doesn't matter that they felt intimidated. It's a fucking, shit. Words jump right the fuck out of my head. Unknown person putting in the complaint. What do they call it?
Anonymous.
Anonymous. That's the word. It's a completely anonymous complaint. He has no idea who it is that put in that complaint. Them feeling intimidated by him following the rules that you guys set down is their fucking problem, not his. When they came to you with this to try and put in a complaint about this, your response is supposed to be to counsel that person on what does and does not constitute a real fucking complaint against another employee. What you have done here is breaking this law, and he starts pulling out all of these fucking things from his folder file. And you've broken this law, and you haven't done this right, and this is no, and bloody, and it goes on for 10 straight fucking minutes of this diatribe of his just handing their ass to them, time and time and time again. By the end of the meeting, and I have still got that file inside in my fucking room. I refuse to get rid of it. I got a written apology from the CFO of Telstra for trying to make me fucking sign that second fucking thing. They hated my fucking guts from that day forth. I had a target on my back as big as anything. I didn't give a shit. I handed their fucking ass to them and they hated it. That was the level of HR in Telstra. That's why you couldn't go near those Scientology fucks, because the HR was just as broken as they were.
Oh, damn.
Sorry, it took a long time to get to that point, but the background is necessary.
I still don't understand why they have them there. Like, why have them there in the first?
That whole thing has been shut down now, but that used to be a thing. It used to be a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they were just there to make the money.
Yeah.
And fuck anyone who crossed them.
Basically, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. According to the Scientology religion, and I use that word very fucking loosely.
Oh, it's not a religion. Yeah.
No. According to the Scientology cult, let's call it what it fucking is. Speaking to those that are outside of the religion or those who don't believe, we are suppressive persons, according to their terminology.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That is correct.
Talking to suppressive people is very, very, very frowned upon in their communities and their cult. So they just Yeah. They will either treat you like complete fucking garbage or mud on their boot or any other thing that they can do to get you away from them in a way that they feel is more powerful to them, because that's their whole fucking shtick, is apparently having more power over you, which is, yeah, best of luck. But the HR department in Telstra was just as fucking broken as they were. Telstra is by far and away the most fucking toxic workplace that ever existed. All of that work that I used to do has all been shipped off overseas. I hope it is a better fucking culture over there than what it was here. But when they had it here, it was beyond fucking toxic and broken. And I don't give a shit if anybody overhears this on the fucking live stream and wants to take me to court over it. Bring it the fuck on. Absolutely bring it the fuck on. I would love nothing more than to air all of that dirty laundry of Telstra's out in fucking public for everybody to hear. Fuck Telstra and fuck their workplace practices. They're pieces of shit, and fuck anybody that says otherwise.
Yeah, I'd go. I agree with what you say, because I've worked at Telstra a couple of times, and not great.
That sounds like a slight understatement there, Angry.
From what I've heard, VicPol's worse, because you get this weird shit. There are 3 tiers of politics in VicPol. One is the sworn police officers, who are the top of the tree. They're the only ones taken seriously. Then there are the permanent employees of the police service who aren't sworn officers. They are the unsworn. And then there are contractors who, the unsworn, because they get treated like shit by the sworn, they will treat the contractors like shit. And you know, when you see that stuff on cop shows where they shake down a street corner dealer to get him to give up the next person up there, they fucking do that in the workplace. Where you're just, doing your job, and an actual cop will monster you because they're trying to get something on someone who's higher up the chain than you. And so they try to freak you out. So you'll say something bad about someone who's higher up the chain than you. So then they'll go and monster them and say, well, we've got a statement that says...
To what end?
Oh, because they want to get someone.
Yeah, no.
Get someone how?
It's a power trip.
There's like someone at a management level, they want to fire them, but they need reason to fire them. So they do this shakedown thing. They go to the lowest level person to try and scare them to say something bad about their manager. And they say, if we've got this on you and we're going to fuck you up. And you go, oh, but my manager said this. Okay, cool. Then they go to that manager and say, okay, we've got you because we've got a statement saying you did this. And it's basically, we want you to give dirt on the person higher than you. And until they get the person they want, it's toxic as fuck.
Yeah, no, Telstra is exactly the same in that way. I was hired by a labor hire company to work at Telstra. I wasn't full-time Telstra. The handful of full-time Telstra that was there had exactly the same fucking jobs and responsibility as we did, but got all of the fucking perks of working at Telstra. They got like 1 RDO a fortnight off. They got better phone deals and better internet deals and all of these other bonuses for working for Telstra for doing the exact same fucking job as we did. So it created this culture of everybody that was labor hire, which was the majority of the fucking workforce there. They would gladly stab you in the back if it meant getting 1 foot fucking further into going full-time Telstra. That was like the dream of all of them. And it was this whole fucking cutthroat, breakneck, toxic fucking work environment of anything that you said or did that could be vaguely kind of construed to make you look like the bad guy, to make them look better by fucking comparison, they by far and away were going to report it. Although there is one other story that I've got to tell, Shrew, that is absolutely hilarious, and I love this story, and it's fucking true. Team America World Police came out when I was working for Telstra.
Okay.
Me and the guys on the floor had plans to go out and see Team America World Police after work one night. And on that day, a new lady came into work at Telstra, and I kind of knew her through other friends. Like, we were acquaintances. We didn't, like, we kind of knew each other, like, kind of, we've met before, type of thing. And so I, for all intents and purposes, was handed this trainee, and I was the teacher on the computers and whatnot. That was fine. Going through it all, towards the end of the day, one of the guys was like, "Hey, we're still going to the movies after work." I'm like, "Yeah, of course, yeah." And she was like, "Movies? What are you guys going to see?" I said, "Oh, that new Trey Parker, Matt Stone movie, Team America, World Police. We're going out to see it." She goes, "Oh my God, I really want to see that." I said, "Hey, you're welcome to come along if you want to. We've got an extra seat. The guy didn't come to work today. He's off sick, so you can take up his seat. That's no worry." She was like, "Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, come along." So off we go, and we go and see the movie. And sure enough, the theme song, America, you know, yep. So of course, we go out to the movie, we watch it, we have a few laughs, everything's good, we go off home. Next day we rock up to work, and it's happening throughout the rest of the day. These guys are on the phone, but occasionally they wouldn't be on the phone, and you just hear somebody muttering under their breath, just America, and then move over to the next guy, America, another guy, America, and then in whispered tones, fuck yeah. Yeah, that was fine. In one particular volley of this, America, and it's come to Katie. Katie has stood up, thrown the horns, and gone, fuck yeah, at the top of her lungs.
Nice.
In the middle of Telstra.
All of these people that are on the fucking phones, it has been broadcast to all of
to everyone.
You hear all of these people going, "Did you hear somebody swear?" I didn't hear a thing. I was on the ground. I couldn't fucking breathe. I was laughing so hard. Katie was mortified that wasn't what she was supposed to do. Everyone is just pissing themselves laughing. 10 minutes later, boss kind of comes up and gives me a tap on the shoulder. Can we have a quick chat about this whole thing? Yeah, no, I thought you might want to have a chat about this. And
God.
Katie kind of gets brought into the office, and they're like, "Look, it was a mistake. We get that. But please don't do that again."
Whoopsie.
Yeah, and Katie was like, "Yeah, no, that was completely my bad. Yeah, no, I'm really sorry about that." They're like, if somebody puts in an official complaint about that, you may get a written warning. Just be aware. Nobody did, but just be aware this could happen, type thing. And I was just like, "Oh, Katie, you sweet summer child. God, I love you."
Right. Yeah. No, that's
just the fact that she stood up and threw the horns, screamed out top of her lungs, "Fuck yeah!"
God bless her.
Oh man, it was so funny. The rest of the day, like, we all go downstairs for lunch, and everybody's just turned around to Katie and gone, "We fucking love you. Don't be embarrassed. That was fucking terrific. We love you. This place sucks, and you just made the day so much fucking better, like immeasurably better. Thank you," type thing. And Katie was like,
Yeah.
"Cool," She was the only one that could get away with it because it was the second day, so she had a bit of leniency. But man, that was funny as hell. That was so funny. Oh man, and that is the best fucking story that I've got about working at Telstra. The rest of the time was fucked.
Right. So
I've got a good friend who still works at Telstra.
I've got a friend that I keep at an arm's distance that still works for Telstra, and the reason why is because he's a dick.
Well, my friend is really lovely and nice, and she is a project manager.
Oh, okay.
So
I know two people who were still field techs for Telstra. Lovely, lovely people. That's also because they're subcontractors. They're not directly hired by Telstra. But no,
fair enough.
I can't talk about Telstra in Melbourne or Queensland or whatever. But Telstra in Sydney, especially back when I worked for them, was beyond fucking toxic.
Look, everything about Sydney is fucked. And I've been on the record about my hatred of Sydney. And Sydney just has a way of, like, and I don't mean out where you live. I've been out where you live. I could see myself like staying for a protracted period of time out where you live. I can't see myself living there, but it was chill and nice, and it's like suburbs. Yeah. I prefer. I'm a city girl. I like being in the city, but
Yep.
the CBD in Sydney is
it's
fucked.
beyond
It's
fucked.
so awful, and and I hated it. I hated every minute of it. I was there.
I used to
I've
work
been
in
there.
Ultimo. I
Yeah,
used to work
wow.
and live in Ultimo.
Okay.
And no,
That's
fuck
right
that
in there.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I fucking right there with you.
Corporate culture in Sydney is fucked, and just foot traffic in the CBD in Sydney is fucked.
Oh yeah.
And
when I became a sole contractor, when I opened up my own business, the thing that shifted the most for me was no longer working for large corporations. It was working for smaller, a lot of my clients are like smaller businesses that do things like, farming equipment repairs, and one of them does like the big signs that you see out the front of shopping centers and stuff like that. They're smaller businesses. They're not large fucking multinational corporations. And working directly with these guys and alongside these guys, it's night and fucking day working for one of those places than it is working for, say, Telstra, for instance. Oh, speaking of, this is fucking fantastic, and this is something that I'm telling everybody that will listen to me. So, Angry, give me a couple of seconds here. Eleanor works for a company called Sign Here, Hear, not Here. Sign Here is an Australian-based interpreting service that works directly with the NDIS to help those with who are hard of hearing, but not just like having an interpreter there for your doctor's appointment or for your lawyer's appointment or whatever. It's having an interpreter come in and spend the day with you, and they'll do things like, make phone calls on your behalf to try and get like your fridge fixed or get renovators to come in or something along those lines. We're having a hearing person, so it's a real support thing. Eleanor's been working for them for a couple of years, and they've treated her very, very well. Since my brother got sick, and Eleanor made a couple of Facebook posts in regards to what was happening with my brother, her employer contacted her directly. They called her, like video called her directly to say, hey, we saw your Facebook post. We're really sorry with everything that's happening with your brother-in-law. What can we do to help you through this situation?
Damn.
Well, that's good.
What can we do to help out your brother-in-law? What can we do to help you through this situation? If you need more time off, just let us know. If you need to change around days, just let us know. Anything that you need right now, just let us know. We'll help you through this. We're so sorry for what's happening with your brother. Take fucking note, employers. That is the way to fucking do it. That is absolutely the way to fucking do it. It blew my mind.
The norm, not the exception. Exception.
Absolutely.
It's so fucked that that's the exception and that's noteworthy. Like that should be the norm.
Yeah. No, it's like when people got like blown away that the reason why Eleanor stayed with me was because I showed her the base amount of fucking respect when she said no. So I didn't take that as a challenge. I took that as no, which is supposed to be the fucking norm. People who were like, oh, no, you're a really good person for doing that. Don't fucking say that. No. I shouldn't be fucking celebrated for showing the base amount of fucking respect to another person. Fuck that noise. No. And like where this employment thing is concerned, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But either way, I am still going to shout from the fucking tabletops how great that company is. If you know anybody that is hard of hearing and needs help through the NDIS, get them to get in contact with Sign Here. They are fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Because that is the fucking absolute bare minimum. When I was working for O'Brien's Glass, when my dad got very fucking sick there at one point, and I needed to take time off to take care of my dad, my phone was ringing off the fucking hook the entire time with, when are you coming back to work? Why isn't this working? Why can't we get this to work? Why isn't this doing its thing? Why aren't you back at work yet? You need to come back to work. How long until you come back to work? Nothing if, how's your dad doing? Not fucking once. It was always fucking admonishment for me fucking dare asking for the time off to take care of my dad. And that is the complete fucking opposite of the way that whole situation could have been handled. When Eleanor told me about that fucking call from her work, I literally cried. Literally fucking cried, because I remembered the way that I was treated at O'Brien's and seeing other people being treated the way that they have from their employers for taking time off to take care of their sick kids. taking time off to take care of the sick relatives and all of that sort of shit. And it's admonishment. It's how fucking dare you, basically. It's beyond fucked. It really is just completely beyond fucked. Being a sole trader, like people are like, would you ever go back to work for another company? Of all of the fucking different reasons out there that you could never pay me enough to work for another fucking company again, this is right fucking up there. If I was in this situation with my brother right now, working for another fucking company, I know for a fact that I would be I'd basically have to quit because I, dare want to take care of my fucking brother in his dying days. How fucking dare I type thing. No, it's beyond fucked. It really is. So yeah, no, fucking good on Sign here for doing that shit. Fucking brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Suffer, what year was that I was working for Telstra? 2003. I stopped working for them in 2004.
He did ask that question half an hour ago, so I'm not sure if he's even still there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it is 2 a.m.
Well, how dare you have a life, Angry?
It's no wonder that Eleanor is religious. Like she talks to God a lot when she's with me, so I had to get that in there while we're still on the stream.
You remember how I felt bad about that whole yes dear thing that I said earlier? I no longer feel bad.
It was a good one. Come on.
I'm not saying it's not. Fuck you still. For the sheer fact that you sucked me into that for a couple of fucking seconds there, and I was genuinely wondering what the fuck you were talking about.
Yep.
So yeah, for the sheer fact that you fucking hooked me in on that one, I love you and I want to poke you in the belly. That's the best I've got to say on that one.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Too good.
And that shit-eating grin of yours isn't fucking helping things either, Abigail. All right, so we're going to be ending the live stream. Abigail, would you like to do a Discord call for a while?
Let's do it.
All right. No worries at all. Angry, thank you for having me on. Thanks for everybody that participated. My love to you all. Hope you're all doing well.
And see you another time. Bye, fabulous people. Bye.